I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly, beginning with a roll call.
Ms. Drummond.
Here.
Ms. Drummond is joining us by telephone. Mr. Trainee.
Here.
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Ms. Gray Jackson is also joining us by telephone. Ms. Osiander.
Here.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Tromley.
Here.
Ms. Johnston. Mr. Flynn.
Present in spirit.
Mr. Flynn is joining us by telephone. And Mr. Birch.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Very good. Mr. Trombley, would you lead us in the pledge?
With liberty and justice for all.
The first item of business for us tonight are the minutes of the regular meeting of February 14th, 2012. Is there any discussion? Is there any objection to approval of the minutes? Hearing and seeing no objection, those minutes are approved unanimously. For those of you on the telephone, I'm assuming that if you want to speak, you are going to have to say something loudly, all right? The next item before us are the minutes of the regular meeting of February 28, 2012.
Move to accept.
Is there any discussion? Is there any objection to approval of the minutes? Hearing and seeing no objection, those minutes are also accepted unanimously. We're now at the Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of things. Pleased last week with Superintendent Como to present the bond presentations to the Anchorage Chamber. We had an opportunity to explain what we're asking for from the voters in April, and I think we both made the case for fairly modest bonds and real needs. Also had the privilege over the weekend on Friday night of officially helping to open the Special Olympics Winter Games, which is always a marvelous event for me to attend. Next week I will be going to Juneau. I've been asked by Senator Kevin Meyer to present to the Senate Education Committee, and we'll talk about some of the results from the Education Summit and some of the ramifications that might impact statewide thinking. And on that note, pleased to report that the school district announced today that they will be going to the National Common Core Standards, which significantly raises the curriculum standards for the Anchorage schools. And this was one of the top recommendations out of the Education Summit in November. And when we did our community forums, about 74% of the participants agreed that this was a top priority. So absolutely pleased to see the school district take this very bold and aggressive step in raising the bar for Anchorage students. It's a huge step forward. So pleased to announce that it seems like our work is bearing some fruit in a cooperative way with the school district. That's it.
Mr. Mayor, maybe you or Chief Hall could let us know about the injured firefighter?
Chief.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for asking. He was released from the hospital today.
Oh, good.
He's doing very well. We had 2 firefighters injured during that. Basically, they made entry. The fire was on the outside of a deck. They made entry on the inside, got to the kitchen. The firefighter called for more hose. The captain went to get it for him. And about that time, they heard a crack with the snow load and the ice. They estimated it to be about 6,000 pounds. It fell on him, and he had all those full turnouts on in his gear. And he doesn't mind me saying, we've talked to him about it, the soft tissue injuries, no broken bones or no back problems. He'll be out for a little while. He was beat up pretty good, but he was able to attend what we call a post-incident analysis today and was able to, they're still there now as we speak, finishing up and going over the situation. But they're both doing well.
Well, we're sure all glad that he's okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
My report, I guess, is a little brief. Ms. Drummond has asked if I could find another member for the Election Ethics Committee. So if anybody is interested in serving on that committee, would you let me know after the meeting so I can push that forward? With that, let's start with committee reports. Mr. Trainee, do you want to start us off?
Nothing, ma'am.
Mr. Honeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're having the Public Safety Committee meeting for the month of March, and tomorrow at noon we'll be at the Animal Control Facilities conference room. And the agenda, I'm sorry, should have gone out today, and I apologize, it may be out early in the morning, but we're going to be talking about some dogs off leash issues, as well as a Government Hill concern over a liquor store, some potentially serving to inebriates who might get off in the neighborhood and actually patronize their bar or liquor store.
Ms. Drummond? Do you have any
I
report?
have no report.
Ms. Gray Jackson, do you have any report?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
While we're on the phone, people, Mr. Flynn, do you have any report?
I'll pass. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Hall?
No report.
Mr. Starr?
You have a couple things. First, Mayor, I just wanted to put the best foot forward on the city here with the Fur Ronde events and the representation of the Iditarod. Your crew and the staff that put all that together really did a fine job. We looked good, and most were inspired. So I'm sporting the beard until one of them crosses the line, which should be any time now. Either I'll shave when Ali Zirkle does, or Dallas Seavey, I think, is how that's going to happen. But you did a great job with that event. So just take a moment there. I know you didn't mention it, but the city was well represented. Budget and Finance Committee meeting, not this Thursday, especially Mr. Flynn, not this Thursday, but March 22nd, which is Thursday of the following week. A couple agenda items. One is I'd like some direction perhaps from the chair on how we want to flesh out the school district budget that's being introduced tonight. So maybe between now and either next Thursday or next Friday we can talk whether or not a work session would be necessary for that. Other than that, that's the gist of the report. Thank you.
Mr. Trombley?
No report, but I would like to say that I was asked by members of some individuals at the Covenant House to come down and give about a half-hour presentation on city politics, and basically more or less a civics lesson. So I got a big poster and I'm going to show them the boundaries and just kind of teach the kids down there how it works. And that's on Friday. So if anybody has any suggestions, I'd be more than willing to entertain them. Thanks.
Good for you for doing it. Ms. Johnston?
The Enterprise Committee met last Thursday, and we discussed item, I think it's 11A on our agenda, and we also discussed as far as first quarter budget revisions of the Enterprise units. And we'll probably have another meeting before we get to first quarter budget.
Mr. Birch?
Yeah, since nobody else had mentioned it, of course, we did have the Enterprise Committee meeting last week that I'm a member of, but we met with a school board was it Friday? I guess we had a work session with the school board on Cops in Schools program, and there's some interest in the part of the school district in having the city pick up a higher percentage of that. It was interesting to me to find out that of the 18 officers that are represented, I believe there's a cost component of $2.7 million, or about $150,000 a person, an officer. And I think we're due to receive some information from the school district, a breakout from the superintendent on the 60 school security officers and how that number might compare. And lastly, tomorrow I'll be traveling to Juneau as a member of the legislative committee, and I have meetings lined up with our legislators on our legislative agenda for the next couple days with our folks in Juneau. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. With that, the addendum and the laid on the table items are before us.
Move to incorporate.
Is there objection to incorporation of those? Seeing none, I will read them into the record. On the consent agenda, 9B9 will be AR 73. It's a resolution supporting Governor Purnell's request to hire a consulting group to assist in defending against unwarranted reduction in the United States military presence in Alaska. B10, AR 74. It's a resolution of the Assembly amending the 2012 state legislative program for the municipality of Anchorage as adopted under AR 2011-295S to add a capital request for the replacement of the Eklutna Bridge. B11, AR 75 is a resolution appropriating $82,426 from the State of Alaska Institute of Museum and Library Services, Division of State Libraries, to the Anchorage Public Library Department State Grants Fund, and appropriating $1,242 as a contribution for the Anchorage Public Library operating budget area-wide General Fund 101 for $800 interlibrary loan and reference backup services accompanied by AM 171. Been requested to not introduce the next item by Mr. Vacalis. So if somebody wants to go ahead and introduce that, they can, but I think I will not read it into the record right now unless there's an objection. The next item before us is 9. I'm hearing no objection, by the way.
Confirm which item, Madam Chair?
That was B12. And it's because they're substituting a different one.
I saw that. I had a question, but no objection.
If there's no objection, then I won't read that into the record. The next item before us is 9B13. This is AR 78. It's a resolution providing for the appropriation of a donation of $25,000 from the Anchorage Library Foundation to the Anchorage Public Library Miscellaneous Operation Grant Fund 261 for the purchase of library materials for Muldoon, $18,000, and Mountain View, $7,000. Library accompanied by AM 175. When laid on the table, there's a B14, which is AR 79. It's a resolution authorizing municipal light and power to negotiate and acquire by purchase, exchange, or other transfer agreements natural gas to meet its short-term requirements, the Department of Law, accompanied by AM 178. And then on 9 Bravo 15 is AR 80. It's a resolution authorizing municipal light and power to negotiate and acquire by purchase, exchange, or other transfer agreements natural gas and other energy production to meet its short-term requirements. And it's accompanied by AM 178 and 179. Under the D section of our agenda, for new business is Delta 15, that's AM 170. It's change order number 3 to purchase order number 2011-0784 with Alta Geosciences Incorporated for environmental consultant work for the Municipality of Anchorage Parks and Rec Department, $20,000. Delta 16 will be AM 174. It's a sole source purchase from SAP Public Services Incorporated to provide training credits for the SAP Enterprise Resource Planning software to the Municipality of Anchorage Information Technology Department, $110,425. For introduction, 9F12 is AR 2012-77. It's a resolution appropriating $48,000 as a contribution from the 2012 operating budget area-wide general fund Public Transportation Department to the Public Transportation Capital Fund 485 Public Transportation Department, and a Federal Transit Administration Section 5309 grant when tendered of $2,400,000 to the Public Transportation Capital Fund. And this is a Public Transportation Department for Capital Assistance. That's set for public hearing on March 27th, and it's accompanied by AM 173. Also for introduction, F11 will be AO 33. It's an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 26.80.070 to decrease the recycling initiative surcharge at facilities with no operational scales and to remove the sunset provision imposed by 2008-62S. This is set for public hearing on March 27th. Also for introduction will be 9F12. This is AO 34. It's an ordinance of the Assembly to adopt certain Title 21 rewrite amendments proposed by the administration to give concurrent final passage and approval to all provisionally adopted Title 21 chapters, inclusive of amendments approved by the Assembly, and to adopt Chapter 2114 Rules of Construction Definitions and certain other proposed amendments without prior provisional adoption and no additional review by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Well, it's set for March 27th, but there will be a motion to postpone that. There is no way we can do this on that date. All right. Well, the intent, Mr. Hall and I discussed it, and the intent will be to have a public hearing on June 5th. So I'll just announce that unless there's an objection at some point. Seeing no objection, then.
Madam Chair, what item was that? I apologize.
I'm sorry. Was there an objection to that public hearing date?
We object.
All right. Well, then I'll just introduce it with the public hearing date as presented, and we'll have a motion later.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, it's accompanied by AM 177. And then for, let's see, 11, I guess I shouldn't have skipped back and forth here. 11E, 11C, okay, 11C is AO 2012-7, there's an S version of that. It's an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21.08.060 and amending Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations, Section 21.90.003, to authorize the appropriate municipal departments and officials and to clarify technical discrepancies. Planning and Zoning Commission case number 2011-42. And then under new public hearings, 14E2, Ms. Drummond has offered some floor amendments in print for us to AR 52, the HLB plan. And then 14H, there's also an S version offered of 2012-31, which is an ordinance of the Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 4.40.030 and 23.10.103.4 to provide for a 3-member building board, hearing panels, refundable fine deposits, discretionary de novo review of hearing panel decisions by the Board of Building, Regulation Examiners, and Appeals, and to expand the authority and jurisdiction of the building board to allow the building board to grant modifications from strict application of building code. And that is accompanied by AM 176. Okay, I think Madam Clerk, did we get them all?
I think so.
All right. So with that, the amended consent agenda is before us. Mr. Birch, we'll start at your end. Is there anything you'd like to pull tonight?
Where did we end up with on the 9F12 that was laid on the table this evening? Do we need to pull that to, I'd pull that one, please,
All right.
for the purpose of establishing a June 5th public hearing date.
All right.
Thank you.
Anything else, sir?
Nope.
Ms. Johnston?
No, thank you.
Mr. Trombley?
I just had a few questions on 9 Delta 14. That's all, Madam Chair.
9 Delta 14. Okay. Mr. Starr?
9 Bravo 14, 9 Bravo 15, 9 Delta 5.
Okay, hold on a minute. Both of those are on the late on the table. 14, 15, and what was the third one, sir?
Delta 5.
Delta 5. Okay. Mr. Hall?
9B9.
9
B as in
Bravo.
boy.
Bravo 9, which is on the addendum.
Yes.
All right.
9E2, 9F8, and 9F9.
E2, F8 and F9, is that what you said, sir?
Yes.
8 and 9.
I'm sorry. No, we've already pulled.
F.
No, not 9, 12.
Okay, what was it, sir? Repeat one more time on the F items. What did you?
F8
F8.
and F12.
Oh, not 9, 12.
Not 9, 12.
And
But Chris-
F12, which is, and Chris already pulled that one.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Gray Jackson, anything you'd like to pull?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Drummond, anything you'd like to pull?
No, Madam Chair, but I don't have a late on the table agenda. I had a hard time keeping up with your numbering of those late on the table items. Has F as in Frank been pulled? 12 on the Title 21 issue?
Yes, ma'am. And the clerk informs me that she has sent you the late on the table agenda.
All the items, not the agenda. You've got all the items.
Okay. Mr. Flynn, anything you want to pull?
Madam Chair, if it's possible to send the agenda for the late on the table items, that would be really helpful. But other than that, nothing.
It's not.
It's not scanned, I don't think, into... Ms. Grinstein, is it possible to email them the agenda for the late on the table?
Amanda, can you scan it? Oh, we don't have a scanner here. No, you have all the items that were submitted. They were emailed to you this afternoon.
I have that. It's it's a little bit unwieldy.
Madam Clerk,
Yes?
the laid on the table items were not identified as to what they are.
They came in
That's why we need an agenda
They
that
came in-
lists them, please.
They came in so late, Ms. Drummond. I was handed the agenda as on my way out the door. So they were not able to be scanned and sent to you. We don't have a scanner here.
All right, Mr. Flynn, I'm back to you. Do you have any items you'd like to pull?
Nothing at this time.
Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall, no, I'm sorry. Mr. Honeman?
I take that as a compliment. 9 Delta 12, just for a brief discussion.
Delta 12, I have to check. No, it was not. Delta 12. All right, anything else, sir?
No.
Mr. Trainee?
9F1.
And 9F,
I did. It's on, Barbara.
F1.
9F1 because I need every year to go through this potential conflict of interest. Remember this.
I remember it well, sir.
We'll do it again.
All right. All right, I'm going to read the names now. What?
The scope is considered introduced as soon as it comes to so it doesn't need to be introduced.
Okay. All right. All right, let's go over these one more time, just to make sure we've got it. On the regular agenda, 9 Delta 5, Delta 12, Delta 14, E2, F1, F8, and F9. Wait, no F9. Take that back on the F9. All right, on the addendum, E9, and on the late on the table, Bravo 14 and Bravo 15. And for you on the phone, that's AR 79 and AR 80. And then F12. Which is AO 34. Okay. With that, I need a motion for the consent agenda. I should have done that earlier.
Second.
All right. The consent agenda minus the items pulled is before us. Please vote. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes?
Ms. Drummond?
Yes?
The consent agenda minus those items pulled is approved unanimously. The first item before us is 9 Delta 5. This is AM 153. It's a recommendation of award to PM&E Services LLC to provide professional construction services for the municipality, AWWU, $2.5 million.
Move to approve.
Second.
Could you hit your screen, Mr. Starr? And Mr. Honeman was the second. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Mr. Vacalis, who's from the AWWU here, or should I just take it up with purchasing on the process?
The general manager's here, sir.
Through purchasing first, I have a question on the scope of work in that. Where would I find that scope of work requirements? There's just a general statement about the AM and the project oversight, but what I'm challenged by is a $2.5 million oversight contract on about an $8 million to an $11 million project. That seems a ratio that's a little bit out of whack. So from a purchasing perspective, what are we buying that's extreme that you've seen in that our purchasing contracts typically for oversight of projects are not that ratio?
Through the chair. Yes, Mr. Starr,
We can only hear you if you're right up here. And thank you, sir.
The scope of work would be an attachment to the contract, and it would lay out the exact details of what it is, and I will defer those to Mr. Willard for him to discuss those exact details.
But you don't have them available tonight?
No, sir, I don't have them available tonight. Mr. Willard would be able to discuss those.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, go ahead.
Did you understand where I was headed?
Yeah, I understand. And it's in a nutshell, high level. This is a fairly complicated project and a lot of components. We have full-time inspection on this project. That's the primary reason. And it is a substantial amount of money, but it is in line with other kinds of projects of similar complexity.
I mean, I don't want to be offensive. I'm not an engineer, but what's so complicated about it where we seem to have $2.5 million worth of oversight?
Sure. We're putting in a new lift station down in Girdwood. We expect that excavation to be very complicated, a lot of water, environmentally sensitive, high visibility. So we felt the need to have full-time inspection. It's also some specialized construction, both excavation and vertical projects, buildings, generator, those kinds of things. So we have three full-time, we have full-time inspection throughout the construction project. That is the primary driver. There's also a significant amount of money in there for compliance with stormwater permitting and some other permitting activities.
Well, just the conservative nature in me says that seems like a lot of money. When's the project supposed to be done? End of fall?
Yes, where it's out. It's the bid package for the project is out on the street right now. I'm not sure what the exact close date is.
For what? For the work?
For the construction work, right.
I guess I know math pretty well, but, I'm looking at, you're upwards of like $11,000 or $12,000 a day in project overvision.
It works out to about a little over 20% of the estimated construction cost. That is in line with other complicated projects of the same nature. But I'm more than happy to discuss the scope in detail and kind of line it out
Well, it would have been nice to have it attached to our project. I have a question about who we're letting the contract to. I tried to do some research on who that is. It appears to be a single entity person.
It is a group of, the prime is PM&E. It is a small consulting firm, but it is a collection of individuals with expertise in all of the different construction aspects of this project. All done through the RFP process, the normal purchasing process.
Well, it did. There's no question about it, but I still have the fiscal responsibility to make sure we pick the right guy here. And it does appear to be a single individual by the name of Stella. I don't want to be offensive to him, but he's the principal engineer on that.
He is.
What is he supported by, and who is he supported by?
He has a couple of other folks that are working with him as subcontractors. Rick Beecham, Bill McKeever, are his two primary sub-consultants that he's subcontracted with, and both of those individuals have expertise in deep excavations and construction projects similar to what the scope of this construction project is.
This is more of a policy question. We seem to always contract out these sort of services, and our development services business, the PM&E group, doesn't seem to be overly challenged and overly busy with big items this year. We don't have the Tudor Lake Otis intersection. We don't have some of the intertie connections, the drilling underneath the Glen Highway last year over at the water treatment facility. So I'll ask you and I'll ask Mr. Thompson, do we not have any in-house help here that we already employ that potentially could provide some of that? We're already paying salaries to some of these folks. Is there any there that you can draw on and supplement that or reduce the cost burden of the contract?
I do not believe so at this time. And we have very limited in-house staff from AWW providing these inspection services. Our staff are booked on other projects, and we really, on this case, requested or looked for the specialized expertise we think we need to make sure this project is successful. It is going to be a challenging project, and I'm not arguing it's a lot of money. I believe that it was a prudent expenditure of funds considering the risks on this type of construction.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, could I bring him up here? Just thank you.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
All the engineers and the staff that we employ at PM&E, do we have anybody that we can provide that would perhaps do two things? One of them would be eliminate a future change order. I don't want to see any more costs go up to this. And the second one would be to facilitate already paid staff labor to be involved for this municipal utility.
Assembly Member Starr, I'd just like to say that we just assigned one of our staff to what could be a large port job for the next 5 years. We have several contracts just like AWWU does as well. We employ that service just like we do. We have 3 to 4 project managers that work with regard to grade and groundwork. I haven't looked at it. I don't know what all's in the project, but I would say that we use the same services at times. We use our services when we have in staff, but we also contract out. So at this point, without taking a look at what it is, I don't know if we have the staff.
Regretfully, I can't even look at it either, but $2.5 million buys a lot of labor. So I'm just looking at what we have there. And so that's kind of all my question for you. Thank you. Back to purchasing, there was an add-on to the amount. It looked like the bid was let for $2.2 million, and then there was some money added on to that to round it to $2.5 million. I didn't have a chance to research why that was done. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, sir, it does make sense, but I did not have a chance to look at the details on it. I can get back with you if you would like.
Well, unilaterally, I just want to make sure we're keeping the integrity of the bid there. It's if the cost is $2.5 million, did we have bids that came in at $2.5 million? I guess that would be the other question I'd have for you.
This was a qualifications-based selection, so we would have done the quals first, and then after we had selected the number one contractor, then we would have gone to negotiating price.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Trombley.
My question is for Craig. I don't see anything in here that says if you end up spending $2 million as opposed to 2.5, what does the remaining balance go towards? Does it go to construction?
Make sure through the chair, if I understand your question, if the inspection services don't consume the full 2.5 and the bill is less than that, where does the extra money go?
Correct.
Yeah, then that would be a capital expense that we would use that money for something else, right?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's not. I think the intent of the contract is to make sure we've got enough to cover the anticipated costs. But obviously, if we don't need it, we're not going to spend it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Honeman.
Yeah, I just had a question on the on the bond funds. It says it's from capital, source of money from capital bonds. Does this mean that at the end of the day, the ratepayers at AWU will end up picking up the bill to repay the bond, or how does that work?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Honeman, yes, that's correct. It would be a capital project and ultimately would be incorporated into the rates of RU to our ratepayers. Correct.
Thank you.
There are no further questions, sir.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. Mr. Flynn, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson, how do you vote? Ms. Gray Jackson, how do you vote? Ms. Drummond, how do you vote? Neither of them are responding, so I just, at this point, don't have any ability to do anything but reflect them as a not here. Do we have everyone else?
Yes.
That is approved by a 7-2 vote. And I apologize, I missed there was a Bravo item pulled, and I should have had that done first.
I said yes, Madam Chair.
Are you back now, Ms. Gray Jackson? Were you wanting to be shown
Yes,
as
Madam Chair.
You were.
Neither of them are responding, so I at this point don't have any ability to do anything but both of them.
Hello?
Yes.
We're here.
All right, we could not get you a moment ago. Did you want to be reflected as a yes vote on that vote that we just did?
Yes, Madam Chair. This is Harriet. Yes, Madam Chair. This is Elvie.
All right. Is there objection then to changing the vote to reflect that they are both yes votes? All right, that will be done. All right. We're now actually at the Bravo section of the agenda where we should have been in the first place. Bravo 14 is AR 79. Hold on. Bravo 9 is first. Thank you. I'm having trouble keeping place here this morning. Thank you, or this afternoon. Bravo 9. AR 73, a resolution of the Assembly supporting Governor Parnell's request to hire a consulting group to assist in defending against unwarranted reduction in the United States military presence in Alaska.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion, Mr. Hall?
Yes, Madam Chair. I was hesitant about pulling it, but due to an editorial that has been in the paper recently about government cuts and how we all look to balance budgets, but yet we never want our ox gored, I had an issue with this for a moment, but I think the critical word in this is unwarranted. I think it's going to be very imperative that we work hard to defend the military that we've got here as these budget cuts begin to take place. I have no doubt we may have to give up some, but I think if we don't mount a defense, we may end up being the ones that give up more than others. So I very much support this under the condition that we're going out there to defend unwarranted reductions.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Just, ma'am, if you're talking about the Fairbanks issue, they're moving the wing down to Anchorage, moving the wing from Fairbanks down to Anchorage. That's not taking them out of our state. That's simply relocating those assets to here.
Okay. Mr. Honeman?
Just echoing Mr. Hall's comments, as a veteran and all the experiences that we've seen in the history of our state, it's a very big presence in our state, and would be unwarranted reductions, which we should fight against. So, be in support of it.
All right. Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. Ms. Drummond, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
We know. All right. Anybody know?
I wouldn't know. We're dealing with the issue of being moved from Fairbanks to Anchorage.
Okay.
It's not unwarranted reduction from the state.
Thank you. I just wasn't sure. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. That is approved 10-1. Okay. Now we are at Bravo 14, AR 79. This is a resolution authorizing municipal light and power to negotiate and acquire by purchase, exchange, or other transfer agreements natural gas to meet its short-term requirements. Accompanied by AM 178. I guess is there any intent to move this? There appears not to be intent. All right. That dies for lack of motion.
Hold on, Madam Chair.
Ms. Drummond?
I apologize. I can't hear which item you are on that just died for lack of a motion.
AR 2012-79, Bravo 14 on the agenda.
On the addendum agenda?
On the late on the table.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Do you want to make a motion, Ms. Drummond?
Just a moment. I'm trying to locate the document, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Wheeler?
I believe you're on 9B12, which is AR 2012-76.
No, sir, I'm on 14. 12 was not pulled.
All right.
Or even introduced. I'm on Bravo 14, and there appears to be no intent to move it.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Birch has moved it, but I have no second.
I don't have the document, so I can't even refer to it. Thank you.
It was emailed to you this afternoon.
I don't have it.
All right, I'm sorry, Mr. Birch, that item dies for lack of second.
But, Madam Chair, I'll second.
Mr. Mayor, you're seconding it?
Yeah.
All right, that item is before us. Is there discussion? Mr. Starr.
Not trying to play politics here, guys, but there's several factors. First off, B12 is introduced this afternoon or on the agenda. B12 was I think, a challenge to the purchasing under Title VII. And I first, that piqued my interest on just what authority we were going to give to those that go out and spend money. So I started digging into it. Then I thought about what we were giving the power of essentially Mr. Posey to go out and negotiate contracts for purchase. And that sort of caught me thinking about why were we limiting ourselves to just the opportunities that may present themselves for natural gas. And so obviously our Beluga power plant runs on natural gas, but the primary requirement and the responsibility that we have through the entity that we own, ML&P, is to provide power. And there's other forms of power that are starting to become more available and prominent, especially on a short-term purchase. We're up against the wall, meters are running high and hot. So I thought that it would be appropriate to put to you the next item, which is to expand the discussion with others into such wind power, coal gasification. We've got a methane plant coming online. This will obviously be for more challenges as relate to next winter. I think we've dodged the bullet this winter. So that's why I was silent on the motion to accept it, was to have the debate on what powers of purchase we're going to give the person on the next item, 9B15. So I'm urging the body to take up the authority. They essentially do the same things, just an expanded scope of discussion. So that's my take. A request a no on 14 and expanded responsibilities for negotiation on the next item, B15. Thank you.
Mr. Birch?
Well, I guess I would request clarification from Mr. Posey, if he's here, on the substance. I mean, typically these are fairly short throw requirements, and I guess I certainly understand Mr. Starr's concern, but I guess I'm worried about the kind of the timeliness and would appreciate Mr. Posey's perspective. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Posey.
Through the chair, this is necessary for us for basically in the middle of the winter. We would need extra gas. Basically, we need to have backup contracts in case something happens. So we buy these on a short-term basis. We basically is our emergency purchase at the best reasonable cost that we can come up with in buying gas to put through our turbines. The thing that was brought up by Mr. Starr, Assemblymember Starr, is basically going to cost even more, cause us to buy more gas, because in order to buy wind, you have to back it up. So we'd have to buy even more gas in order to do that. And that's what I'm saying. The best cost option for us is to do this. The moment we start buying energy resources on a short-term basis, that will cause us to have more iterations in how much gas we have to buy from other parties, starts us down a different path of higher cost.
I guess that's a concern. I've had a long-standing concern about the cost associated and the burden on ratepayers for wind energy, and I guess I am concerned about backing us into a corner on the use of those alternative energies.
Anything else, Mr. Birch?
No.
Mr. Honeman?
No, I'm going to support Mr. Starr's on this one here. We had a resolution before to ML&P to urge entering into contract, and I realized that at the moment, much like it was when the Eklutna Dam went on and the Bradley Lakes project went online, it seemed to be a pretty expensive premise as they came on. Now some of the cheapest energy you can get. So I see no harm in using the resolution as a way to encourage looking at all energy costs. And maybe it's more expensive now, we don't buy it. We buy the backup gas supply. It's already in there. But say the price comes down and it's cheaper to buy wind than it is, or methane, use methane. There's nothing saying that you can't use gas. It doesn't say, it just says you can look at the other options. I don't see where it inhibits ML&P from looking at all the matters and reporting back to the Assembly what those costs are. So I'd encourage support of Mr. Starr's amendment.
Mr. Starr again?
Mr. Posey, I get in my mind a vision of a bunch of guys down at Sea Galley with cigars, and you down there with a blank check trying to buy some gas. That's what this action does. It sort of gives you unfettered action outside of Title 27 competitive bidding, or Title 7, to go down and purchase gas as you need to. Is that right? You can pretty much pay anything you want?
Through the chair, no, it isn't, Mr. Starr. The negotiation takes a team of 3 to 5 to get each one of these contracts. The numbers are batted back and forth through professional data exchanges as well as requirements. That is how these things are done, and they are at the lowest cost. And in the summer, we get cheaper gas under these contracts. Now, the Instar does basically the same thing I'm asking you guys to do, is basically they buy on a daily basis, which is much more expensive. You bid in, but no one knows who bid it in. They do an aggregate reporting afterwards. So basically it would be more expensive. Now, what 80 will do for us is cause me to hire more people at $150,000 to $300,000 a year to try to do negotiations along the lines of this, which will add even more costs, add more iterations to how we try to keep the cost down for our low-income ratepayers.
This is authority to produce energy with natural gas when we're pressured. It could be a cold day in January when there's just the producers are saying we can't do it. It could be a pump goes down on a gas wellhead and you can't get the gas down to Beluga. It could be a whole host of reasons why you need to buy gas on short term, mostly relating to the energy demands. My point on that is your task is to produce energy. I see nothing wrong with expanding your scope on buying it. Why wouldn't you potentially buy additional or surplus power from CEA if they have it available?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, we are a net seller of power to CEA, to Golden Valley, because of how we run our business and how efficient we are and the kind of gas contracts that we have and the ownership of gas. We are never really a buyer unless we have something that we have to do an exchange with them on. But we are a net seller. If you read our reports for the last 5 years, we basically sell power to those who need it. We do not have a net need.
In your request, your original B12 had the same language in it, exchange or transfer or barter or the concept of that. You know, the wind farm is coming online in September. The lines run out to Fire Island. It's going directly to Chugach Electric. It's entirely possible that Chugach Electric will have a surplus of energy demands. Why not relieve the gas pressure on that by buying their surplus electricity? That's all my next item talks about, is the flexibility for you to go out and negotiate. It doesn't make you buy it. It doesn't do anything to say that's the case. But I can't go down the road with a blank check for your team of 2, 3, or 5 guys to say, hey, today's the short-term spot market. It may be twice the cost of the turbine energy coming off those wind farms, and you're still going to buy it. To me, that's not good business. You need to look at other alternatives. The methane gas production may exceed what the military plant needs that day under that contract. I just see a lot of different scenarios over the normal course of business. That's why I'm bringing it to the attention of this body. Thanks.
Ms. Johnston?
Have you seen Mr. Starr's proposal?
Yes, I have, through the chair.
In reading it, and I just saw it tonight, it doesn't seem to negate you going out and getting the natural gas contracts. Am I correct? I mean, you're still authorized to do that.
Through the chair, that is the rationale that I read into it, but it requires me to try to find more professional people to take on the additional complexity of trying to buy and exchange produced energy that is very expensive, and if you buy it, you have to back it up with spending more money to buy the gas in order to back the power up.
No, I understand that. That's not the issue. It just is, in reading this, it doesn't seem to me that it makes you go beyond finding the least expensive route for your ratepayers. And for the most part, we know the cost of energy that will be coming off the windmills or off. I'm not sure about the methane. I just think that's going to be hard to get to our turbines. But I'm just saying that those costs will be pretty public pretty quickly. And so I don't know if it would require you to have an extra person to look at it. It's just sort of opening up the door for you to, if a time comes. I mean, in just reading this, it doesn't, to me, seem to really change the rules. It's just sort of saying someday down the road it might be another way of looking at it. Is that how you read it?
Through the chair, no, Assemblymember Johnson. By having a reporting requirement of us making efforts to buy and to look causes additional complexities for the already very complex business that we have. We have dealt with this subject. We have proven to ourselves and the numbers and the people that we have to report to also, the RCA, that it is a very expensive option.
And so that's, my point is, right now that is a more expensive approach.
Yes.
So I don't see why, in looking at this, it would require you to hire anybody else because it has been proven at this point to be a more expensive approach. I mean, I can see the policy that Mr. Starr is trying to say, but I don't see where it's going to really change what you're going to be doing.
Through the chair, I am already down 4 professionals that would help do this analysis because of the cost structure and because I'm having people retire. I'm having a problem paying people for the extra time that they spend on doing these kinds of things. What I'm letting you know is add any more complexity and this very fine running utility starts failing and it runs off the track.
Mr. Trombley.
Mr. Posey, what is the cost of purchasing, the estimated cost of purchasing wind power? And what I mean by that per unit as opposed to per unit BTU when it comes to natural gas. What's the difference?
Through the chair, right now it looks like probably 3 times the cost.
3 times the cost to purchase wind. And the other question I have for you is, you had mentioned a couple times that even if you purchased wind power, you would still have to purchase natural gas to back that up. So, and I'm not doing the math right, but you're basically doubling the cost. So it's actually more expensive to go through the wind power as opposed to just the normal cost. You got to back it up. Is that a regulatory compliance issue that you have to have that, or is that a company, or is that MLP's policy to have to back up the wind power, whatever you purchase as far as comes off of anything other than natural gas?
Through the chair, basically we're controlled and our lowest cost options by the RCA that we file with them is what we have to live with. When we have net metering, so we buy power from others on a net metered basis based on the net, and therefore they get the price that our avoided cost is, and we file those avoided costs with the RCA every year. That is part of our rate base.
Okay. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Posey.
Mr. Starr.
Madam Chair.
Wait a minute, Mr. Starr. I'm going to let Mr. Flynn speak since he hasn't spoken. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little surprised by this Tempest in the Teapot. I'm pretty good at reading comprehension, and it says MLMP is authorized in item 9, Bravo 15, authorized to negotiate and acquire, and they'll give us a summary of their efforts. If their efforts is nothing, then that's all they report, and if they choose not to acquire other forms of energy other than gas, then that's all they have to do. It is permissive, not prescriptive. I think we're having a silly discussion over something that is quite simple. I think Mr. Starr's approach is quite reasonable. We should vote this down and move on. Thank you.
All right, Mr. I couldn't tell who that was.
This is Ms. Gray Jackson.
Go ahead, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
That's it? Okay. Mr. Starr?
Some of it's silly, Patrick. I appreciate you taking 14 and 15 and comparing the two documents, because it's not my intention to upset a perfectly well-run utility, Mr. Posey. But the fact of the matter is, we've already tried to go out for bids on fair market, and we can't get anybody to sell us the gas. What we're going to do is give you, through this action, a check that says go out and get gas at whatever price is going to be paid. MEA is going to put on a gas turbine farm here in the next couple of years. You've got competing agencies floating around. There's not enough gas to go around. We're going to pay more. That's the fact of the matter. Is you have a task ahead of you to keep those turbines full of gas. I'm saying relieve them through other alternatives. Have the dialogue. Have it over a cup of coffee or down at Sea Galley. I don't particularly care. I need clarification on page 2, line 11. This, to me, speaks of not necessarily good government. Either one. Well, I guess it references the proprietary information that the providers have to give to us. And I'm going to assume that they're going to not tell us, or you're not going to tell us in your report, how much you paid for natural gas per cubic foot. Is that what the proprietary information is going to be? Is nobody wants to get caught underselling the market, and nobody's going to want to get caught doing a deal with ML&P that's glaringly twice the going price. Is the proprietary information going to be held from this body later on, just how much you're paying for natural gas on the short-term market? Understand your long-term contracts, understand they're running out, but your short-term purchase needs to keep the lights on for those days when you have this challenge. Are we going to see how much you're actually paying?
Through the chair, I think that the report that we provide gives the number of cubic feet of gas that we purchase and the price and the aggregate without the individual prices to different companies. We actually have 2 to 3 contracts at any one time.
Okay. Thank you. I still urge a no vote on 14 and expand his scope on the next item, 15. Thank you.
Ms. Osiander.
Mr. Posey, I have now read 80 3 times, looking for what you see in it. And frankly, the only thing that I see in it that is an additional burden is the language that says a summary of efforts to purchase excess wind energy and other alternative energy from local sources shall be included in a quarterly report. I see that as an additional burden. But could you point me, and this is a little bit unorthodox because we're actually on a different ordinance, but could you point out to me what language you believe is so cumbersome that it is going to, specifically by line, what language you believe is so cumbersome it's going to require you to hire additional analysts?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Osiander, the concept of having to report what I'm doing gives me really the charge to do something, which means it adds that complexity. And what I'm telling you is, and the whole Assembly, is that any effort to go after expensive wind power at any time in the near future, 2 to 5 years, is going to be very expensive. And by passing this resolution telling me to give reports, I can't say that I'm not going to do something to look into doing it. And I'm saying that I'm now doing 4 jobs, parts of 4 jobs. I have no operational generational manager, no regulatory manager. I have some people doing step-up pieces of their jobs. This adds an additional complexity besides all the other things that we're doing.
Okay, one more question. So, in essence, you're not planning to even look if there's any methane capability, excess methane capability that, like Mr. Starr mentioned, or excess CEA contract possibilities? You're just going to go after this one source because you don't have the staff to. Is that correct?
Through the chair, when it comes to CEA,
yeah,
we are joined at the hip.
I understand.
We exchange, we do power, and they may probably send me some electrons that are going to come off the island, but they're fully subscribed to all of that power. And it's going to be a minute amount, and if they increase their price in that exchange to us, we're probably going to see those electrons, but we will not specifically contract for that. When it comes to the methane from a project that is 5, 10, 15 years away, on methane coming from a coal project, no, we're not looking at it currently because no one's come to the door and said that they're willing to offer that gas at a price competitive to that we're buying today. If that happens, and that gas is in the market, I guarantee you they will knock at our door, and to the moment that it beats the prices of anybody else's on an aggregate or individual basis, we will do it.
Mayor Sullivan.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Jim, for answering those questions. I think what Mr. Posey is expressing is that, he takes it very seriously if the Assembly says, go out, do something in earnest, and report to us on your activities. But if the body is just merely recommending that when the opportunity arises and the price is compatible to the business model of ML&P, then we might report some substantive discussion. But until that time, the report, as Mr. Flynn said, could simply be, at this time there's nothing to report because there's no opportunity. Then I don't have a problem with having Mr. Starr's version pass and our version not move forward. So I think that Mr. Flynn probably expressed it fairly well, that, for quite a period of time you may see no report, because in the short term I don't think we are going to probably put a body on to start negotiating for power that we can't afford at this stage. So if that's the body's understanding, which is what I heard expressed, we're okay with Mr. Starr's version.
Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote.
Are we voting on 14? Yeah.
Mr. Flynn.
No.
Ms. Drummond.
No.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
No.
Mr. Cromley?
That fails 9-2.
We are now at item 9B15, which is a resolution which authorizing municipal light and power to negotiate and acquire by purchase, exchange, or other transfer agreements natural gas and other energy production to meet its short-term requirements. And it has been moved by Mr. Starr and seconded by Mr. Honeman. Mr. Starr.
Well, I appreciate the dialogue that occurred on the previous item, and it's not earth-dropping, Mr. Posey, to have the conversation with those folks over there. And, Mr. Mayor, I appreciated the qualifying statements on our expectations, and it's just to continue to do that. This wind farm of theirs, and I'm all for free market enterprise and the things that go with it, the wind farm's going to be online in September of this year. It's startling. People that fly in and out are going to see those turbines out there and say, what are we doing about that? Will that work? There's 33 slated for the island, 11 are being built. There's a capacity out there soon, I believe. I want to keep it inside the scope of what we're looking at. So I don't disagree that it may not be right for this gas purchase contract, but if we're starting to see significant shortages, I haven't seen the storage facility come online out there in Kenai yet. I'm startled if we start paying twice market rates for short-term bridging on a cold, windy day in January when those turbines are out there spitting excess power. Thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
Well, I'm going to support this, and I'd ask that the administration do a serious open, I don't know who would be responsible. I'm guessing it's ML&P, but I would like to know, even if it's on an annual basis, what is the going rate for the wind power, because it may start out at 3 times the amount. It may quickly come down to a lesser amount. So again, I go back to the Eklutna and the Bradley hydroelectric projects that were the most expensive power around initially. Everybody had the same concerns. It's now the cheapest you can get on the market. So how long did it take to get there? Don't know. Could be a year, could be 10 years, could never. Would like to see an open and transparent review of what the costs are. And, I'd say quarterly, it's what's in the resolution. I'd ask for it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
I'll pass. Good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Hall.
Yes, I will be a strong supporter of this. I actually voted the wrong way in the last one, but it failed anyway, so.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. Moving on down, the next item before us is 9 Delta 12. This is AM 160, change order number 2 to vendor contract 2011 ASCO 55 with Inlet Petroleum to furnish petroleum oil lubricant products for the municipality of Anchorage.
And move to approve.
Go ahead, Mr. Honeman.
Well, and I was contacted by purchasing just before the meeting started, and I really appreciate the explanation. I didn't get a chance to read it through my email, and I'm sorry for the late in the day question about it. I just wanted to clarify, I'm not sure if everybody else understood that the error was not from the vendor, it was actually from purchasing, and it was an oversight from previous. I don't know, maybe you should explain it better than I could. Would you take just a few minutes to explain? Just a few minutes why the need to increase the contract. It looks like it was, for me, it was more than 3 times the amount initially on contract. So,
You could state your name for the record, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, Mr. Honeman, thank you. This was a error on the part of purchasing. It was a simple administrative error, though it was a very large administrative error. What had happened was when we awarded the vendor contract, we did not look at the previous year's history, and we awarded for a wrong amount of $2 million a year when it should have been closer to $7 million a year. The previous contract was roughly $15 million over the previous 3 years. And what we've done is we've escalated the amount to take into consideration the price increases.
and so just rather quickly, this is mostly based upon consumption amount. The contract may be up to $7 million a year, but it may not be that we consume that amount, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Honeman.
And the petroleum, lubricants, oils, what's this for? The fleet of heavy equipment, police, fire, all of it?
It is for the entire city, sir.
Mr. Starr.
Ms. Fresca, will this require us to do a significant budget adjustment at first quarter amendments?
Mr. Starr, I will have to check. We just got our budget amendments in yesterday. I don't believe so, but I will check. I don't.
Consumption really hasn't changed, is what you just said to us. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
But how about what we budgeted would be the answer? I mean, it is what it is. We've got to keep our fleet running with fuel. There's no question about that. But if you could get back to us that we have to adjust our budget because we used the wrong number back when, that would be helpful to have. And then anytime you can play the futures market on fuel, you should. I see what you bought it for, and I commend you for negotiating at such a strong level there. So obviously you made the right move several years ago when you let the contract and guaranteed the price. So don't want to run anybody out of business, but when you can buy diesel at $3.61 a gallon, I think you should. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. The next item before us is 9 Delta 14, AM 169. It's approval of an award for a non-competitive contract to K&L Gates for legal analysis of trespass in Indian for the HLB in an amount not to exceed $50,000.
Move to approve.
Go ahead, Mr. Trombley.
My question is just to the administration, and it's not a question of spending the money. It's when I find out that the municipalities, well, I'll just read it. It says the purpose is to develop the legal and factual basis to prove the municipality's title to the property in question is superior to those who claim to own the land through mining activity long ago. And if we win, and if the municipality wins, and is there rights to mining right now in the sense of is there natural resources to be mined in the area, or does anyone know the answer to that question?
Through the chair, Mr. Trombley, Allison Smith, Heritage Land Bank. There is no mining activity going on the property now. The parties involved bought these properties from people who did actually file federal mining claims on the property. there's no activity now.
Right. What I'm saying, though, is that if there is a natural resource to be mined, is that something that the municipality would benefit from? Is it, or are they dried up? Is there nothing actually to mine? Is that unknown at this time?
The opinion of the mineral analysts that I've spoken with is that there is really nothing there. Otherwise, with gold at $1,800 an ounce, they would be working very actively. Currently, they are not.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Starr.
Is this the land that's tied up in the HLB master plan for reletting down in Indian? Is it the same land we're trying to get clear patent to?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
This item passes unanimously. The next item before us is 9E2. This is an informational memorandum, AIM 22. It's the Annual Assembly ADA Commission Activity Report.
Move to approve. Madam Chair, I pull this so someone representing the ADA Commission could speak.
Very good. Mr. Barton's here.
Good evening, everyone. My name is David Barton. I am the Municipal's ADA Commissioner Chairman. I have two other chairmen with me here tonight. I'd like to take a minute to introduce them. It's Christine King here and Leroy Reed. They both are members. I tried to make this report relatively short on a two-page document for you. I'm not going to run through it real quick. I believe you have copies already, right? Okay. The first page really talks about our activity in the last year and a half or so. And then the bottom are our current challenges. I do want to go over those briefly, and then the top issues for individuals with disabilities just in general fast. Some of the challenges the Commission is facing is timely filling of vacant Commission seats. Currently, right now, I believe we're 2 or 3 down right now. We also have no budget at all for all the activities that we do. All of the members serve voluntarily, and I appreciate all the work that they do. And then we also recommend that increasing the participation of people with disabilities, not just on this commission, but all the commissions that are connected to the city's work, so they're better represented. The top challenges or issues for individuals with disabilities, and this is just not regarding the citizens who live here, but also tourists, visitors, family who come from out of state to visit, who may experience a disability. They're in no particular order as far as the top priority, but there are fairly significant issues that we've been able to assess. The first bullet is improved public transportation services. That's a fairly common need. That's not just more routes, but increased frequencies. They'd love to see same-day service and service needed at night or on the holidays for paratransit. This next issue has been an issue that's come to the attention of the Commission, probably more prevalently in the last year and a half. It's to improve accessible parking enforcement, design, and maintenance. The big issue here out of all three of those is winter maintenance. The city in the last few years has taken large efforts to improve their pedestrian access, and I do appreciate that. This last year, we've of course, we're almost got the record amount of snowfall, but we're still rough around the edges on this effort, and I hope we continue to improve on that. The maintenance part, or the design part of that, is mainly on our large type of strip mall properties, where the pedestrian facility that may serve, a good example of this would be the one out by the north side of Muldoon, where the movie theater and that Lowe's and all those are out there. If you go out there and you look at the pedestrian walkways and how they're designed, I'm not saying that they're not compliant to the ADA, but they're not the best design that facilitates a person with a disability that may need to go all the way across that place to go to that other store. In the winter, in thinking of that in terms of winter, it can be challenging. Let's see here. The third bullet was path of travel challenges in the pedestrian transportation network. And that's just not the winter access, but it could be the difference between crossing the Seward Highway in the middle of January, like a winter we've had now, the difference in trying to cross it in the middle of July. it can be quite a bit different if you're a person using a wheelchair. So any kind of flexibility or frequency change and those kind of, they'd like to see that kind of work done. Another thing which is important, which is, I guess would be a hot topic now with the Title 21 rewrite, would be minimizing landscaping or some kind of design features that were put for persons, for right-hand turning lanes. A good example of this issue would be where Costco is. If you're a person that's coming from the east to west and you're turning right to go to Costco on that intersection, your vision is blocked by that business's sign right there to see a bicyclist or a pedestrian walking until they get about 4 feet from the edge of that road. And it blocks vision. So getting those design parameters, ship, and Title 21 would be helpful as far as those clear light sign or sight lines for vehicular training or turning. The next bullet was participate in the usage of the Anchorage taxi services. In theory, I know there are accessible permits that are out there that are, these taxis are specifically designed to serve these individuals, but in practice this isn't happening. It's not occurring to the best of ability. In fact, I've had a federal official who worked for the Office of Indian Affairs who came to present last summer, I believe, or the summer before that, at a large regional conference. She utilized a wheelchair. She flew in because she works out of Washington. She flew in over the weekend, came in about midnight, and could not actually get to her hotel room until 8:30 the next morning because she could not find an accessible way to get to her hotel. So she's not the only individual that I've had issues or calls about this. Issues with the drivers themselves, with their customer service, treatment of persons with disabilities, avoiding picking up individuals with service animals because they don't want the animal in the cab. Another transportation issue would be if you were a tourist coming to this town, a lot of our hotels, they have shuttles, but they are not accessible shuttles. A few are. But that example I just gave you of that worker who flew from Washington to present here is a perfect example of why that wasn't working. A new issue that has come up just this year because we canceled the ACS public phone contract. A lot of individuals who have hearing impairments have approached me at where I work at Access Alaska, but also the Commission, in saying in their complaints that they have no way of communicating now. In a lot of ways. I do have an option that I'm hoping that we can get over this hurdle for these individuals because it's not necessarily an ADA issue, and I don't want to get too far down that rabbit hole, but there are ways to get video relay services. There is an organization that if you are a private entity, they will provide you with that equipment for free. And what I'm suggesting that we urge is in the anchor community sites, say like our airport, our library, maybe our community centers, like our job centers, that we look to place these video relay phones so for people who have sensory impairments can communicate properly through the public. The other transportation issue was access through the military bases. This is a very complicated issue. I'm just going to leave that at that as far as that goes. This next item is an important item. It's the ability for an individual or a family who has a person with a disability as a member of their family to participate in the application for zoning variance. Recently, I've been conversing with Ms. Osiander on this, and I'd be happy to provide anybody any type of information or how the way the process is going now could, in fact, be discriminatory or how it could lead to discrimination. I don't think it's overt or intentional by any stretch of the imagination, but I do believe this process needs some attention before that possibility could happen. And the third one is improved transportation options for readily access to emergency shelters or emergency evacuation options. I did, actually within the last 2 months, I've spoken with the emergency office, and I know they're reworking their disaster registry list for vulnerable citizens, because I believe there's some kind of question about the legality of that, and so we're waiting to kind of see where that kind of falls down, but I'd be more than happy to provide any type of assistance to that group beyond that. With that, I'll kind of shut up and wait for any questions you might have.
Mr. Trombley.
I appreciate you coming down.
Sure, no problem.
The extensive report. Have you had a chance to talk with Mr. Wilbur? He's Director of Public Transportation. One of the things he was talking about was moving one of the transfer stations over to Tecutna Commons for public transportation, because kind of dear to my heart, obviously, I represent East Anchorage, is that there are quite a few disabled veterans, and they utilize public transportation, and moving that transfer station over to near the VA.
Right.
Is that have you worked with them on that? And is that obviously my second question is that if you'd move the transfer station somewhere within that Tecutna Commons area, you'd need easy access over to the VA. Is there anything you've worked with Lance on, and then as far as coming up with some type of design for easy access to get to the VA?
I think it's definitely doable. It would just probably be the placement of where the station would be. It would just be simply adding an additional drop-off point, I would assume. That way somebody wouldn't have to walk that extra length to get to that shopping area if they were going to the VA as well.
So actually having a second area that stops right at the VA, as opposed to having an accessible area to get across the street
in the
wheelchair.
In the wintertime, I think that would be way more advantageous for somebody who would have to trudge through the snow, because you never know if that path's going to be clear or not.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Starr.
Well spoken. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about anchor rides. You mentioned one of your goals there would be to have same-day service. Is that because it's lack of predictability, or are you saying you call and you can't get capacity for the same?
Currently, right now, in order to get your ride, you have to call 24 hours in advance, because the need is so high you can't.
Are you being declined if you call that day and ask for capacity service? Have you asked that question?
I don't think they. I can't safely answer.
Thank you. I'll find out.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Birch.
Well, first, I wanted to thank you for your service, and also see if you had any ideas as to the new standards that take effect on March 15th.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have just a couple of highlights as to what that's going to involve or require?
Yeah, certainly. There's a safe harbor part of the new standards. However, the Department of Justice has come out with a lot of additional things that go beyond that are not applicable to a safe harbor type of situation. And those issues would be probably the biggest industry that has got to pay the most attention to it is the hotel lodging industry. Some of the significant changes they had there was in regards to access to any type of recreational facility you have there, like your weight room, your pool, your spa. All of those things have to be accessible. And in fact, I believe in the pool access, they are required that, say if you had a pool and a spa, you would be required now that each feature, pool and spa, would have to have a lift. And they couldn't share it, and it has to be permanently mounted on the ground. It can't be on wheels where you can share kind of thing now. So they're getting pretty prescriptive on that. They also changed the requirements for types of rooms, that they have to have sensory serving rooms as opposed to mobility impairment rooms. They changed some of those. I could go on and on. There's a number of lists, but for the city specifically, I think the pool issue would be a big thing to check out. Personally, I hate to say this, I haven't used the pools that much, so I don't even know what kind of accessibility features they have off the top of my head. So I would urge that as definitely as be something that the city looks at.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
Yeah, and I'll be brief because we've got public appearance requests. Thank you for your report. Very well comprehensive and understandable. Have you had, or has either Access Alaska or the Commission had any dialogue with the transportation industry as a whole, reference these concerns? Have you had ongoing dialogue? And if not, I'd encourage you to continue that, because I believe that's how we're going to get to that.
Oh, I do, and in fact, I've also served on their ADA paratransit appeals committee too, and I meet they have a representative attend our regular monthly commission meeting and report to us once a month. So we have regular contact with them all the time. I have much appreciation for the group, and they do great quality work over there, and I know they've always had the best intentions in their heart, even if situations go bad. So I have nothing but good things to say about the folks over there, about their work.
Mr. Barton, we are starting a remodel master plan of this facility. Mr. Trainee is our representative. Maybe it would be providential to include some language in there about that video conferencing, particularly with the new requirement.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Thank you very much. This is a good report. I really appreciate your service. And hopefully some of this can stick and we can push some of it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
At this point, we need to reorder our agenda. Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's vote on accepting this report. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
That report's accepted unanimously. All right. At this point, we need to reorder our agenda in order to fulfill our obligation to our non-agenda speaker. I see Mr. Barnett is here. So at this point, we'd be happy to hear from you, sir.
Madam Chair, while he's waiting for Mr. Barnett, I urge the students in the audience if they could stick around. This is pretty interesting coming up, and I know that you've been here a little over an hour, but pretty interesting presentation on the city's history. I recognize several, looks like students.
Go ahead, Mr. Barnett.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Assembly. My name is Jim Barnett, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you briefly this evening about hopefully a little lighter topic for you all, and that is the history of Anchorage and our upcoming centennial. The date of the centennial has always been a matter of some debate, but as I've been president of Cook Inlet Historical Society now for a number of years, and we've all more or less resolved upon the date of the auction, which is in July of 1915, as the time that we celebrate our creation, establishment, and therefore our centennial is coming up in July of 2015. Because of that, Cook Inlet Historical Society met with Mayor Sullivan, and the mayor encouraged us through a resolution to begin the process to organize community members to identify what we think we should do for the centennial. We prepared a very extensive report which was submitted to the mayor at the end of January, and we made 3 principal recommendations. If any of you are interested in the report, I've sent it to your chair, but I'd be happy to send it to the clerk, and you can all take a look at it. But our 3 principal recommendations, first of all, is that we recommend that the mayor hire a staff person to look after this effort, because it's going to be a considerable effort, and that the mayor appoint a committee of citizens in Anchorage who are interested in our history to try and foster discussion and celebration. Second, we think that the most important part of the centennial celebration would be certain legacy projects that would stand for all time as a representation of our successful first century and the activities that we can anticipate are going to occur in the future. These legacy projects include 3 exhibits that are planned for the Anchorage Museum on the original Dena'ina people who lived in our community, on the first contact by Europeans and therefore the first record by Captain Cook, who came into this area in 1778, and of course what happened in 1915. And finally, and last but not least, we have encouraged all the many organizations who are interested in the centennial to suggest projects, and we received a submission of nearly 50 of them. And we are going to encourage the commission and this staff person to work with the people who supported these and proposed these to have these presented as the centennial proceeds from 2013, when we propose to begin
until 2015, when we'll wrap it up in celebration of that auction. In light of all of that, we proposed a legislative grant request, and Mayor Sullivan has been kind enough to present it to the Alaska legislature, and we are hoping that the legislature will fund that so that we can begin the planning and the development, particularly of these legacy projects, and working with the individual groups in our community to develop individual projects that I described that have been suggested to us.
We have a number of questions, Mr.
Oh, really? Okay, good.
You ready?
Thank you. I'm ready.
All right. Mr. Starr, you're first.
Nice to see you again.
Yes, very good.
I read your report. We got it. It was presented to us as well as our packet. One of the items, as I'm ever so fiscally conservative, is the funding numbers that you have in some of those legacy projects are pretty high.
Sure.
And I know we've asked the state to sort of get their arms around our celebration here as a city, but do you have any other funding sources? Have you heard, you had website links to that, or where other money could come from, anchored folks?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for asking. Three of the projects are museum exhibitions, and they will be funded by the usual sources that museum exhibitions receive funds for at the federal level. Private donations. The museum is a multifaceted entity, and we could talk a lot about how the museum would work with those things. One of the other major projects is the proposed amphitheater that the railroad is suggesting. Now, we haven't approved that. Obviously, we're just an ad hoc committee that has concluded that, the railroad has a very important celebration to come up with. The railroad was instrumental in the founding of Anchorage, and we think a project like that bears support. But the railroad has made it very clear to us that while the planning effort would be funded by the legislature and maybe a little bit of the design, the railroad would be responsible for a considerable part of the project.
And the movie or the legacy film that you talked about was $750,000 budget number, I think, was the one that showed up in the book on that one.
No, I think the film was $100,000.
Okay, because there was a $750,000 one in that category, and there was another one for $1 million. But
we were planning a film and a book, and those are also intended as part of our legacy efforts. If you remember when we celebrated 50 years of statehood, there was a film, and we thought that it was appropriate that there be one on Anchorage as well.
Good pictures to appreciate the history lesson.
Wonderful.
Mr. Birch.
Well, Jim, I wanted to congratulate you on a great report. I was thrilled to see some recognition warranted for Mr. Mears, and having read, and I would encourage anybody in the audience to read Get Mears, which is just an excellent compendium, really, of the basis for Anchorage and the start. But one of the areas of certainly a key concern of Assemblymember Flynn and myself is engine 556 down on the Delaney Park Strip. It's a steam locomotive, and it's been kind of sidelined there. And I guess I'm kind of curious as to how I'd be interested in seeing how that's the interplay, if you will, and some of the other exhibits around the existing Anchorage community, the houses and so forth.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, we're going to recognize those early features prominently in anything that we would do for the centennial. It's hard for me to tell you what we're going to do because I'm not a member of this proposed commission because we haven't even appointed the commission yet. I mean, Cook Inlet Historical Society's plan here was to remind everyone in the community that the celebration is coming up. If we get started a couple of years early, then we can really make this a big deal and hopefully get some tourism opportunities and get the community really behind it. And so that's what we've done. So what the railroad does, what the community does, those are things yet to be seen, but that's in part why we're asking for the legislative funds now so that we can begin the planning.
Great report and good initiative. Thank you.
Mr. Trainey.
Jim, it's always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you.
After all these years.
Thank you.
I didn't think you'd walk back into this place.
Not very frequently, that's for sure.
Thank you very much for the report.
My pleasure, of course.
It'd be nice to see this town reach 100 years, but thank you very much for being here.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jim, it's great to see you. I can see you, but you can't see me. I want to thank you for that wonderful report. It was really, really very, very well done. And I also want to thank you, MBI, for taking the lead on bringing this exciting, worthwhile project eventually to fruition. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to weigh in as well that Jim and his cohorts have already done an outstanding job of setting a framework. These things do take a lot of effort. We're 3 years away, but it'll go very, very quickly. And as somebody who managed a 3-year project culminating in a major international event, I know all the hard work that has to go into it. And so we're off to a good start, though, but it's going to pick up pace from here on. And we're committed to work with you and other groups that have expressed interest and make this really a world-class celebration.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
And I also like to echo the sentiment. Job well done. And to the students in the audience, as well as those who may be watching from home. I know there are several. This is a major milestone in Anchorage's history, and I'd urge you to maybe consider bringing back to your teachers this proposal that's happening here. It's pretty exciting. It's in 3 years, basically, we'll be celebrating the 100th anniversary of Anchorage, and hope you guys can get on board and make a major project and be of significant value to this celebration.
Madam Chairman, one thing that Assemblyman Honeman just said, and I'll just make it very quick, is that the mention of the students in the audience. Carol Como, of course, is in the audience as well, and the Anchorage School District is an important partner in this effort, and I want you to know that we're going to try to bring this centennial celebration through the entire school district, so I think it'll be, an important project for all of us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thanks
for your time.
All right. With that, we are at 9F1. This is AO25. It's an ordinance determining and approving the total amount of the annual operating budget of the Anchorage School District for fiscal year 2012-13, determining and appropriating the portion of the Assembly-approved budget amount to be made available to local sources, set for public hearing at our next meeting.
Madam Chair, I pulled that. I need 3 people to introduce that. I've got a potential conflict I need to bring up.
I'll second.
I need a third.
No, it wasn't, because it was pulled.
No, it's introduced by special law because it was introduced because of my law.
Right. This is an anomaly in that code specifies that as soon as the budget is presented, it is automatically introduced. So at this point, I'm not going to say approve it, but Mr. Trainee has a point to make.
Yes, I do. Every time this budget comes up, I have to declare to the body, I may have a potential conflict of interest. I don't think one exists. My wife's a school teacher, tenured. She's secure in her job. It's just every year I've got to bring up the fact she's a school teacher before we deal with this budget.
Mr. Trainee, as we've said before, I think I will repeat again, your wife is a tenured teacher, and a portion of the Anchorage School District budget that is her salary is basically insignificant in the total big picture here. And so I'm going to.
Please.
Oh, it's a great. I have great respect for your wife, sir, but I'm going to rule that you have to vote on this matter.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Starr.
Well, Madam Chair, currently there's no work session set up to discuss the school district budget as it's submitted now, so it may be necessary to do that. I have a Budget and Finance Committee meeting scheduled for the 22nd of March, but nothing before the next meeting when we're required almost to take action on this. It's a pretty tight window, so if you are so inclined and the rest of the body needs to, I would want to put that out there. I have another comment, and it's through to the mayor, or Mr. Vacalis, perhaps you can help me, or Ms. Frasca, perhaps you can help me. Ms. Frasca. In the absence of Ms. Mahoney, I've asked for a 6-year fiscal plan as required by our charter. We had this in the resolution. Have you seen a 6-year fiscal plan from the school district that needs to be submitted for our approval?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, at the last Budget Advisory Commission, we did talk with the school district officials about they provided their long-term fiscal policies as a document, and that is the information that they're going to be sharing with the Assembly, and I believe it was in your packet along with the budget that they submitted.
I saw the policy. It's just now I look at their budget, and I don't want to talk too deeply about it, but their forecasting of revenues outlook reach only goes to 2014 now, when in fact we used to get many more years on that. So if that's all you've seen, then that's a point of problem for me. So.
And what they explained, Mr. Starr, was that because their situation is different from the municipality in that they depend on the decisions by the state of Alaska as well as the Assembly for the revenues, it's more difficult for them to project. But I'm sure they would be glad to speak for themselves and explain the school board's decision.
Well, our CFO has responsibility for the fiscal plan, including the school district's spending. So I guess somebody needs to modify their 6-year fiscal plan to put some money. So maybe it's just the municipality that modifies theirs over the 800 million plus. But thanks for the answer. That said, Madam Chair, I believe we should have a work session on the school district budget prior to action.
Mr. Starr, we have a meeting scheduled on the 23rd, Friday, from 12 to noon. It's a joint meeting with the school board. And I guess my assumption, unless you declare we need more than that, since the topic of that is the budget, would that be sufficient, sir?
Yes, except there's the expectations from the Budget and Finance Committee itself that perhaps we see amendments in some of the more traditional first quarter stuff. So we've got the challenge of when do we actually need to weigh in as a body here.
Well, right now this is set for public hearing on the 27th. So
you have to have 2 of them, or is there only one requirement for the school district?
Only one, sir.
When does action have to be taken by?
Well, typically, the vote would be right immediately following the public hearing date. If there is a request to delay beyond that, I'm going to have to ask the attorney for a mind refresher on how much room we have on that. I do remember there's a date specific that if we don't act, it's automatically approved. I think it's 30 days, but I don't remember.
I'll look it up and get right back to you.
Okay, and I'm not trying to maximize the meeting. It's just a matter of the Budget Advisory Commission. Just the Budget Advisory Commission has been tasked by this body to do research on that as well, so we need to accommodate their input. Okay, thank you.
Well, at this time, then, unless I get a specific request from our budget chair, I'm going to assume then that the 23rd is the work session. And then I would urge people, if they have amendments, to funnel them to Mr. Starr. And do you want him to go to anyone besides you, sir? Mr. Grunston?
Well, there's my dilemma, Madam Chair, is my committee. I wouldn't act unilaterally on what I present to the body here. So I've got a committee meeting scheduled for the 22nd. So if amendments are going to come through the Budget and Finance Committee, I'm not sure how to handle that. So I'll let you know.
So get them to Mr. Starr prior to the 22nd for sure. All right? And I can already tell you one, and that is the discussion at the joint meeting was regarding school resource officers and some allocation for that. So I know that one will come up. All right. With that, Mr. Wheeler?
Madam Chair, it's 30 days.
So the date that it's 30 days from the date the clerk received the document, sir?
Counting the first day after receipt by the Assembly of the budget as the first day. And that's regardless of whether it's submitted to the Assembly. So I think it's the first day received by the clerk.
The clerk informs me she believes she received it on the 6th.
Is that right? I don't remember.
Ms. Como, would you nod if that is your recollection also? The first Monday?
Okay.
Which is there. All right. So that's our time frame. Okay. With that, I'm just going to move on since it's already introduced and we've determined that we want Mr. Traney involved. And the public hearing is the 27th, as we stated, yes. All right, the next item before us would be 9F8. This is AR 71. It's a resolution of the municipality authorizing transfer of management authority of a portion of Lot 8, Section 7, Township 13 North, Range 2 West, and Lot 2, Section 12, Township 13 North, Range 3 West, from Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility to ML&P for expansion of ML&P's George M. Sullivan Power Plant at the Ship Creek and Glen Highway facility. It's set for public hearing on the 27th, but Mr. Hall?
Yes, that's the reason I pulled it. Public hearing is not required on this item.
So as such, this will be on our agenda at the next meeting, but Mr. Hall and I believe, and Mr. Michaelis brought up to our attention that he doesn't believe it needs a public hearing. So it will just carry over to our next meeting.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Michaelis.
we have some pictures that shows the exact location that we're talking about, if you'd like to have those.
I think it would be helpful, yes, sir. I'm going to give them to the clerk and she can pass those out later. Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right. Let's see, that item was moved and seconded. Did we have a third on that?
It's not an ordinance.
Okay. All right, moving on. The next item before us is 9F12. This is AO 34. It's an ordinance of the Assembly to adopt certain Title 21 rewrite amendments proposed by the administration to give concurrent final passage and approval of all provisionally adopted Title 21 rewrite chapters. And it includes a list of amendments and other proposed amendments. That item is before us. Ms. Gray-Jackson, did you want to introduce it?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to introduce. Second.
Third.
All right, that item is before us. Mr. Birch, did you want to make a motion for the hearing?
Yeah, I'd like to move to amend the public hearing date to the first meeting in June. That would be June 5th.
All right, is there discussion on that public hearing date, since I know there was some concern?
Madam Chair.
Just a minute, Mr. Birch is first. Anything?
No, I think this seems like it's a little premature here in that we are closing on I know the Title 21 Committee has worked long and hard to bring this to closure, and I think that given the time frame and the requirements for public notice, I think it would be appropriate to push this till June. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Drummond?
The Title 21 Committee has not worked on this issue for about a year and a half, if my memory serves me correctly. And if we're going to finish approving Title 21 before Ms. Osiander retires from the Assembly about a year from now, I think we really need to get started on it sooner than June.
Mr. Hodeman?
I echo Mr. Drummond's commentary in that I can understand this is going to take, it's a complex code, a chapter. You and I had that discussions earlier this morning, Madam Chair. And I realize it's going to likely require a lot of input from the community, and there's been a lot of input from the community. I've been getting a lot of contacts from our constituents and about their concern that they feel that this whole process has been hijacked and subverted, and I just think it's time that we at least schedule it for the start of the public hearing discussions.
Mr. Hall?
Yes, Madam Chair. I think it's a larger issue than that. We're going to be dealing with the school budget at the next meeting. We don't know that we'll be able to get through that in a single meeting. We've got some the first budget first quarter budget revisions coming up. We just have a very heavy agenda for the rest of this month and April. I just don't see, timelines with what we've got to deal with.
Mr. Starr.
Madam Chair?
Just a moment, please. I'll get you. Mr. Starr's next.
I can yield. I'd like to hear is it Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
I'll be next if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments are brief. Basically, number one, this particular subject is going to take more than one public hearing. And everybody realizes that, but we need to begin this process now. And I realize that we have other issues on the agenda, but this issue is just as important, and it's been held off for so long, and our community have been contacting us in regard to getting this done, and we need to have our first public hearing on the 27th of March, Madam Chair. I think it is vital that we begin this process as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Starr.
Has, I guess specifically Ms. Yoshimura as the P&Z chair, has she weighed in on that date? Is it likely that they'll have their review done by then?
I've spoken to her probably 4 or 5 times now, and she is anticipating getting it to us by June.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This ordinance, I think, while well-intentioned, really actually circumvents the process. We do have Planning and Zoning reviewing Title 21 right now. They had their first public hearing yesterday. They'll have their second public hearing at the next meeting. And, you know, we're trying to follow the process prescribed by code so that Planning and Zoning, which is a body which has been assigned by law to review changes to Title 21, we need them to do their work, make recommendations to the Assembly, and then have you do your thoughtful review. I note on the title of this ordinance it says that this should be adopted with no additional review by the Planning and Zoning Commission. I don't find that to be a very open and transparent process to preclude the body whose duties it is to review Title 21. So we have the process ongoing. We're coming to an end game fairly shortly here. So with just a little more patience, I think the Assembly will have a document in front of them where you can make your thoughtful discussions and decisions.
Mr. Honeman again?
I don't know if there's anybody in the audience that's here for Title 21, just if I indulge just to see if there's anybody here in the audience for Title 21 and review the concern.
There's no public hearing here, sir.
I understand. I believe there's an extreme interest in the community to get this process underway, and we've been waiting, and it's been delayed for so long that I think it just adds to the frustration in what's been going on. I have no problems with following Planning and Zoning review. I do feel that it's been a lengthy time of having this chapter under review and this whole section of the code. So,
Mr. Trady.
Mr. Mayor, when's Mr. Coffey's analysis going to be ready, or is it already ready?
His analysis was done about 6 months ago.
What?
His analysis was completed about 6 months ago.
He's not working on anything else to do with Title 21 now?
He's not working on Title 21 currently, no. His recommendations were brought to the administration. Some of them were adopted and moved forward to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then they're considering also his amendments and also recommendations from the planning staff on a final document that will come to the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Baer? You're in line again, sir.
Yeah, thank you. The question for Mr. Traney threw me off there. I was just going to comment that the folks who raised their hand in the audience, I hope you will be at the Planning and Zoning meeting, next meeting, and let your feelings be known. That's how our process works.
And seeing no one else in queue, I'd just like to remind members that there's nothing that precludes you from working on it now. I've got a list of 26 amendments that I'm working on and have been flushing them out while we're in this interim. So with that, let us vote.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Gray Jackson will work in. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, it's our responsibility as a legislative branch of government to approve Title 21. The Planning and Zoning Commission is advisory. And we appreciate their advice. They've been through this process. And frankly, I would like to hear some comments from our attorney who drafted this document on our behalf in regard to the comments that I'm making right now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I'm sorry, was that a question? Did you want Ms. Tucker or Mr. Wheeler to comment? You lost me, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Ms. Tucker, thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
State your point of order.
Well, if a specific concern needs to be clarified by our attorney, that's what I would say. If it's just general speak to the overall, I get it. I read it. I'm not sure that there's a specific. Is there a question for the attorney that needs clarification?
That's pertinent to the hearing date. That's actually all we're talking about. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize the fact that this ordinance is for introduction, and it is not. We don't have the ability to debate it at this time.
Just the
what
hearing.
What we're talking about right now is whether or not to extend the public hearing date from March 27th to June. And we brought this forward because we think we need to deal with it now, sooner than later. And as I previously said, we appreciate the work of the Planning and Zoning Commission, but this approving Title 21 is the responsibility of the Assembly. Ms. Drummond and I brought this forward because we recognize that. We've also been constantly, for months now, approached by members of the public to do something about it. And we need to move forward with this, Madam Chair. Now, not later.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Starr, did you have any further comments?
Just as it relates to Chapter 10, and it's my plug for the Chugiak Eagle River Consortium Group. Those that know, I petitioned this body before I was on it to encourage that rewrite. They've come together well. They've gotten that consortium, and so a little bit more time in that will also let Chapter 10, I believe, move concurrently with the final document. And that's 35,000 some residents out there in a development area that hasn't been ruined yet. So Title 21 is very important to us. That's why I think Ms. Osiander's on it. So give us a chance with Chapter 10, and I think this June date will do that as well. Thank you.
All right. With that, please vote. The question before us is changing the hearing date to the 5th. Mr. Flynn?
You're ruining my June, Madam Chair. Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
No.
Ms. Drummond?
No.
That the hearing date is changed by a vote of 8-3. All right. With that, we are through the consent agenda, and we're going to be taking our dinner break. Will be about 20 minutes, maybe a little longer. And note that we are at 14A on the agenda.
We didn't do 11 yet.
We didn't do 11 yet. Mr. Trainee, you are a great help to me. Thank you. I have too many pieces of paper. Too many pieces of paper. All right. I guess that was page 6 is the one I need. There it is. Thank you. Mr. Flynn, are you there? Ms. Drummond, are you there? Ms. Gray Jackson, are you there? Please tell us when they join us. All right. We are now at 11A on the agenda. This is AM 136. It's the urban design appointment of Monica Sullivan.
Move to approve.
This was, yes, thank you. There are no motion pending.
Second.
You want to hit your screen, Mr. Trainee?
There.
All right. Is there discussion? Is there any objection to this appointment? Oh. Did someone just join us online?
Yes, it's Harriet and Elby.
All right. Mr. Flynn, are you with us yet? Not yet. All right. We are just dealing with 11A, the UDC appointment, Ms. Drummond.
Thank you.
And there appears to be no discussion, so I'm going right to a vote on that. Please vote on the appointment. Ms. Drummond, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
And Mr. Honeman is not in the room, and Mr. Flynn is not with us. So the votes are, let's see, 9 yeses, 2 absent. All right. The next item before us is 11B. This is AM 80. It's the sole source purchase of professional services from William Sheffield for the municipality of Anchorage Mayor's office, $60,000. All right. That was moved by Ms. Johnston and seconded by Mr. Trainee. Ms. Johnston.
I move to postpone this indefinitely.
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion? Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, that matter is postponed indefinitely. The next item before us is 11C. This is A07. It's an ordinance amending Municipal Code Section 21.08.060 and Municipal Code of Regulations.
Waive reading.
This is basically authorizing the appropriate municipal departments and officials to clarify technical discrepancies, and there is an S version of this laid on the table, and the public hearing has been closed, and there is a motion to approve on the floor.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Starr.
I'd like to move 2012, the S version, 2012-07, the S version. I'd like to postpone action until April 10th.
All right, the S version has, all right, the S version has been moved, and it is, while it was moved, is a simultaneous move and a postponement motion. Mr. Trainee.
If I look at this, didn't we have a motion on 12, didn't we have a motion on 12-7 already?
We did, sir.
See the motion to substitute.
That's right, and that's what Ms. Grunstein was trying to tell me when I announced.
Okay.
So, Mr. Starr, if you don't mind, could you either rephrase to first substitute the S version?
Sure.
Deal with it that way?
That would be fine. I'll substitute 2012-07S.
All right. Is there objection to the substitution? Seeing no objection to the substitution, we're now dealing with the S version. All right, now, Mr. Starr, do you want to go, now you want to make your motion to?
Postpone the action on this item until April 10th.
All right, the motion is to postpone till April 10th. Is there discussion? Hearing and seeing no discussion.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Flynn, you're with us.
Yeah, I was with you actually on the last vote, but I was waiting for the appropriate time to let you know.
All right, very good. Do you know what we're working on now, sir?
I sure do.
All right. Why don't we then put this vote up so we know who's here, for one thing. And I'm asking now if you agree with the vote to postpone this till April 7th, the S version.
April 10th.
April 10th. I'm glad that everybody's watching what I'm doing here. Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
And Mr. Honeman is out of the room. Mr. Honeman, do you want to vote on continuing this till April 10th?
Yes.
All right, he votes a yes. So that passes unanimously. So we will deal with this one later. All right, the next item before us then is 14A. Excuse me. This is AO24. It's an ordinance amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning of approximately 0.41 acres from R3 to B1 ASL in the McCray subdivision. It's a re-subdivision of lots 5 and 6 and lot 6A, generally located northern west of Turnagain Street. If anybody would like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward.
Just postpones it till that day.
Madam Chair, J.J. Brooks. I'm the petitioner, owner of the property. And what I think I'll do is, in case there's anyone that wants to speak, I'll let them go. If I can come back and address anything afterwards.
Well, we know you're here if we have questions.
Yeah, not necessarily any questions. I mean, like when I contracted the property, I've created a website that, I've brought a number of responses from people in the community that are very excited about what I'm proposing to do on the site. And I've also been part of a pretty incredible process with working with the Assembly Attorney on the language that you wrote to allow this thing to happen, and working with the Planning Department. So far I've been riding this wave to see that this thing gets done, and it's been a pleasure to be part of it so far.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else who'd like to testify?
My name is Kathy MacArthur, and I live on Lord Baranoff Drive. When my husband's from Scotland, so when we go back to visit family and put his mother to bed in the evening, we walk over to the local pub, and it's nice because we often run into neighbors and people that we've met on occasion there. It would be really a fun thing to have a place in the neighborhood that we could walk to, have a cup of coffee in the morning, bike to in the summer, have a glass of wine. It's nice to have these small businesses in your neighborhood. I was recently in Portland visiting a young girl, and you walk around the corner, there is a wine shop, or not a wine shop, it's not retail wine, a little coffee shop, and they have wine or pizza in the afternoon, and you don't have to get in your car and drive, and that's the nice thing about having something locally in the community. I have looked extensively over the plans. I like the looks of it. It's got a nice urban appeal. You go into Mountain View, and you see the impact that a couple really incredible modern architectural buildings have done to that neighborhood. It's kind of like a blossoming effect. Other buildings start picking up the same trend. And there's a landscape there right now that's not real good because they're just empty lots and blanks. So I'm hoping that this development goes forward, that the zoning will be allowed for this to come in. There's need for living accommodations there. There's a lot of apartments right there. I just think it would be a real nice addition to that. And as I said, you start bringing in a couple nice buildings, and it just seems to spread. Everybody does a little bit of upgrade around them. So good place to walk, good place to bike to, fun to have something in our neck of the woods that's smaller in scale than having to, say, go all the way downtown to meet friends. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Chair and members of the Assembly, my name is Kathy Gleason. I'm president of Turnagain Community Council. And on behalf of the council, I want to let you know that we passed a resolution supporting the rezoning of the Turnagain Crossing development on September 1st, 2011. The petitioner, Representative James J. Brooks, met with the Turnagain Board last summer to initiate discussion about this project, and we were very excited about it. The owner of Kalati Brothers attended our September 2011 meeting to further inform the council on the development proposal. We've been very impressed with the open dialogue that has occurred associated with this proposal, and we look forward to continuing to provide input on this process. We think it'll be a really positive location for just the kind of thing that the previous speaker spoke to, a nice small-scale bistro coffee shop. Turnagain is almost exclusively residential, and this is a good spot for a small-scale business. Anything larger probably wouldn't be appropriate. The lot is small. As you probably all know, it used to be a Chevron station many years ago. It just sits empty now. We really think it will be positive, and I urge your support of this rezone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Jim Lotzfeld, and I'm a resident of the Turnagain neighborhood. I'm here to speak in favor of the rezone. I also had the benefit of serving on the Planning and Zoning Commission a few years back, and we often looked at these sort of rezones with the concern about how they fit into neighborhoods and are they the right sort of use. Right now, the comprehensive land use map doesn't quite exist. It's a little bit in flux, but past versions of the comprehensive land use map has always identified this lot as a commercial use. As the previous speaker pointed out, it used to be a gas station, then the tanks were removed, and now it's just a gravel lot. This is a very good use for the neighborhood, and as someone who also owns a home in Portland, I totally enjoy the idea of having neighborhood places for our strictly bedroom community around there. There's not a lot of businesses, and I think it has a negative impact on traffic. For someone in my family, if I decide to go get coffee in the morning, it's a car ride. If I decide to take the kids out for a pizza in the evening, it's a car ride. We'll now either walk or ride our bikes or ski in the winter. I think it'll actually reduce traffic, at least for the people that live adjacent to the property. So I hope you'll support the rezone, and I think it's a good use of the piece of property that Mr. Brooks has got planned.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Howard Levine. I live in the Turnagain area as well, and I'm a proponent of the project. I think one of the items that hasn't been mentioned yet, I support all of the other comments, the positive comments, but this is truly an example of a mixed-use development that the community's been striving to see happen in not only this area but other areas of town. And JJ has come up with a plan that should work and maybe be an example for other developers to use in other parts of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Madam Chair?
Okay, that was Ms. Gray Jackson?
That's Harriet.
Okay.
Move to approve.
It's already been moved, Ms. Drummond, but I'll put you in queue to speak if you'd like.
Okay. Has it been moved and seconded?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr, you're first.
I'll yield to Ms. Drummond. She can go with her comments if you don't mind, then I'll come next.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
That's okay. I just wanted to chime in that the Community Council got involved last summer when Mr. Brooks contacted us, and Mr. Hall and I moved forward the amendments to the Type B1A zoning district, and this project and rezone is a result of all of that. And I can tell you that the community is pretty excited about this, and Mr. Brooks has done an excellent job of shepherding through planning and zoning, and hopefully there will be a functioning bistro and mixed-use development with apartments in place by fall of next year.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
Here, actually, I hope. Excuse me.
Yeah, not a lot of time spent necessarily. JJ, you bring good projects to the community, and that's what I see here as well. And that's I didn't really read very far when I realized where it was at. Then I became very curious. So your ideas speak for themselves. So stay with it. What I've seen in my community and your developments is you do stay with them well after they're built. They're managed well. They're occupied well. And we'll be really happy to get it on the streets as a precedent to what Anchorage should look like. So compliments to your development style and then hanging in there for the tenacious ride through all the bureaucracy to bring a good idea to the table. Hopefully you can afford to build it. Thank you.
Mr. Hall.
Yes. I'll begin by strongly urging passage of this. I'm not really concerned in that regards, but I do have to do some thank yous in regards to this. Interfaced with JJ early on in this project. He had already interfaced with the Turnagain Community Council prior to that. I actually met with the group the first time. Very, very impressed with JJ and his process, his heart and soul he put into it. Mr. Weaver and his department have been phenomenal working with. This is really going to be something I think that's going to start a trend in our community and show us opportunities that are available and how we can improve small developments in the communities as well. And of course, I couldn't go by without saying thank you to Julia. She did yeoman's work on this document. Everybody pitched in, and I'm very, very pleased with the product that we've got here. So I would absolutely strongly urge a yes vote from everyone on this one.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. Go forth and prosper. Thank you. The next item before us is 14B. This is AO26. Excuse me. It's an ordinance amending code section 7.25.050 to be consistent with publication requirements in the code. If anybody would like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Move approval. Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Gentlemen? That passes unanimously. The next item before us is 14C. This is AO 28. It's an ordinance authorizing a consolidated amendment of the preferential use agreement, leases and permits between Municipality of Anchorage Port and Totem Ocean Express. Is there anybody who'd like to speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Approval?
Is there discussion? Mr. Honeman.
Just, excuse me, just a quick question, maybe perhaps Mr. Rabufo sees in the audience, and a little exercise to get him down the podium. Mr. Rabufo, through the administration, I noticed that in fiscal year 13, we see a market increase in all the numbers, and then at least for the wharfage, it looks like it goes down a tad through the out years, 14, 15, and 16. Can you just briefly explain that real quick?
Certainly,
HLB is coming
through
up.
the chair to Assemblyperson Honeman. The estimates that are in the estimates are in the SEE are based on an arrangement that we've negotiated with TOTE for adjustments to be made annually based on consumer price index. Those estimates in the out years were based on an assumption of a 2.5% increase. The numbers that you see for 11 and 12 are more based on reality than the ones going out into the future. So that's where you see the increase.
So is it possible the increase for wharfage could be higher than 33.2 as projected? Then?
We agreed to capping what we would do for an increase on an annual basis against the CPI at 2.5% as part of the arrangement.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
There are no further questions, sir. Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
That passes unanimously. The next item before us is 14D, AO21, an ordinance authorizing the sale of properties foreclosed for delinquent taxes and their special assessments. Anybody who'd like to speak to us on this? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Is there discussion? Oh, Mr. Starr.
There is discussion, and I know we get fast and furious at the items up here, but this one is challenging, and so every one of us needs to recognize what we're doing. In some cases, we're forcing folks to think about alternative places to live. There's quite a few mobile homes in my district. I called one resident on this list and encouraged her to be certain that between now and June that she try to come up with the $15,000 to pay her taxes, or we're going to sell her house. Those listening on the record, I'll tell you one thing, though. There's a nuance in this. If, in fact, you cannot contain or retain your property, when we sell it, you're entitled to the difference between the taxes and what we sell it for. And that's oftentimes overlooked. You just feel like abandoned, but if you owe $15,000 and we sell your house for $250,000, you'll get the difference of that. So just note a caution. It was sort of depressing to do that. I actually called one of the residents on the list that was in my area, and she indicated they would probably be able to pull it off. I came short of lending them the money because I felt bad for them, but don't take lightly to foreclosing on people's properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Gray Jackson, yes.
That is approved unanimously. The next item before us is 14E, AR52, the resolution of the Assembly approving the HLB 2012 Annual Work Program and the 2013-17 5-year management plan. Anybody like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward.
Hello again. My name is Kathy Gleason. I'm president of Turnagain Community Council. And I was pleased to work with Assemblywoman Drummond about a week ago or so on a couple of amendments that I hope that you support. Turnagain Community Council did pass a comment letter on January 9th, 2012 that includes these two amendment requests. They both deal with Coastal Trail. And as I've been working for the last 3 years on the draft, public hearing draft, which is finally will come before you next month on the West Anchorage District Plan, I've talked to a lot of people, and it is amazing how important the Coastal Trail is to not only residents of this community, but visitors. I spoke to a lot of visitors from out of town and out of state and out of country last summer when I was out there gathering signatures to present to you next month in support of the Coastal Trail. So a couple of the amendments. One is on page 21. It deals with a portion of the Coastal Trail that falls on airport property. It's not a very lengthy section. I'm not sure what the lineage is, but it does fall on airport property, and I think that it's time for the Heritage Land Bank to include looking at the purchase of this small portion of the trail so that it becomes part of municipal ownership. That way we would have a contiguous section, the entire section that goes through Point Warrenzoff Park and then down into Heritage Land Bank land. It just makes sense for that small section to become part of municipal ownership too. So I urge an inclusion in the Heritage Land Bank draft plan to submit that there should be an endeavor to purchase that property, working with the airport, of course, something that we can come to an agreement on. The second amendment also deals with Coastal Trail. It's the closed compost facility, page number 24 of the draft plan. We know that there is kind of a mess out there right now, and it needs a lot of work. And last summer, when you passed the 2011 plan, you included language with regard to the cleanup of that area. The Turnagain Community Council is asking that you insert additional language in that effort. A lot of the trees, well, actually almost everything was cleared right up to the Coastal Trail for part of that area. And the council would like to see inserted into the plan an effort to work with the community to revegetate some of that area to create a buffer along that section of the Coastal Trail. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
All right. Discussion. Ms. Drummond, do you want to move your amendments?
Yes, ma'am. They are on page 587 of your document. My first amendment is HLB Plan Amendment Number 1, Chapter 3, 2012 Acquisitions, page 21 of the draft plan, page 500 of March 13, 2012 Assembly Meeting Materials, amend by adding the following new subsection. TSAIA land. HLB will endeavor to purchase Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport property north of municipal HLB parcels to protect a contiguous greenbelt buffer for the Tony Knowles Coastal Trail. The boundaries to be determined by a municipal TSAIA community working group. If successful in the purchase, HLB will transfer the property to the Municipal Department of Parks and Recreation for a permanently dedicated parkland addition to Point Warrenzoff Park.
I know.
Second.
Ms. Gray-Jackson, was that you on the second?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. All right, the amendment is before us. Is there further discussion? Yes. Ms. Johnston, on the amendment?
Yes, on the amendment.
Go ahead.
A question of the administration. Has municipality broached the airport about selling this property? Is there an opportunity there, or is this just wishful thinking?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnson, I'll let Tammy Oswald address that if I don't answer all the question. We have, over a period of time, for various parcels of land that the airport owns, tried to acquire it. We've tried to acquire a snow dump site. We've tried to acquire some other sites. and quite frankly, the airport is not willing to sell. They don't mind leasing some of the property to us, maybe, but because of some of the requirements that they have with FAA and the way in which this land was acquired, there are some stipulations that they have to honor. Now, whether this piece itself falls within that guideline or not, I do not know. But I know that they have not been receptive to selling any of their land. And I'll let Tammy add on to that if she has something else to add. I guess not.
Follow-up question?
Go ahead.
And that, I mean, even if they were interested, do we have the funds in Parks and Rec or HLB to acquire this property?
Well, not that I know of, and of course we'd have to figure out how much it's worth, appraised value, before we could say whether we have it or not. But I can tell you HLB right now does not have a whole bunch of money in their account to be able to do something like this. And as far as Parks and Rec, they'd have to go in for some type of a capital request to purchase it.
Thank you.
Mr. Birch.
Speaking against the amendment, the airport is prohibited by the FAA from selling land that is contiguous and a part of the airport, and those are grant provisions because of the extensive federal funding that's a part of the runway extensions and taxiway additions and the significant amount of federal investment at the airport. So the grant conditions of those for that financing prohibits the airport from divesting itself of land resources. Aside from the fact that the only reasonable area for the airport to expand or grow would be towards the west and into the area in question here. So I would speak against the amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Hall?
Yes. This is a tough one for me because I'm a very strong supporter of parks. I think I showed that when I really helped carry the water for the Campbell Creek estuary. But I will be a no vote on this one, and for a number of reasons. I intend to absolutely make sure that the coastal trail is protected in the West Anchorage District Plan. The airport has no opposition to the language that will be in there that's basically going to state that the coastal trail is protected as well as the buffer that protects the trail itself, and it will also state in there that should the trail need to be located due to any construction by the airport will have the responsibility to pay for that expense as well. The airport's agreed to that language. It will be in there. So I'm very comfortable that we're going to be able to protect the coastal trail. And for the number of reasons before, I didn't support this last year just because of a fiscal note that's attached to it. We have 220 parks in Anchorage covering 10,861 acres and 220 miles of trails and green belts. And the Parks Department is strained in their budget to take care of what we've got. And to add to that burden just seems illogical. So regretfully, I will be a no vote on this one.
Mr. Honeman.
I guess I'm looking at it as a 5-year management plan for the Heritage Land Bank as it's listed. And with the plan, I would think that, the community has spoken and there's some concerns about the trail, and there's no reason why, going back to the same argument we had with ML&P from that earlier language, what's wrong with having it in the plan? And if it's not fulfillable for whatever reason, some FAA restriction, or if the West Side District Plan covers it in, there's nothing that I see that would inhibit or prohibit the administration or HLB from looking into the matter. And, so historically the airport has been reluctant. That doesn't mean they can't ever change their mind or some variance or a waiver hasn't in the foreseeable future. So it's part of the plan. We know that plans sometimes get extended and waived and adjusted and amended, and I see no reason for not including it in the plan.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote on this amendment number 1. Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
that item fails 4-7. Go ahead, Ms. Drummond, you want to do your second one?
Thank you, Madam Chair. HLB Plan Amendment Number 2, Chapter 3, Current and Continuing Projects, page 24 of Draft Plan, page 503 of your documents, amend as follows. Point Warrenzoff, closed compost facility. As described in Chapter 3, HLB now has complete control of the site and will need to start cleaning up the materials left by the lessee. HLB will strive to achieve maximum public benefit regarding these lands by working with the community on a coastal trail buffer revegetation plan and to determine the public's best long-term use of this municipal land. I move that amendment. Second.
That amendment is before us. Is there discussion? Mr. Hall.
Again, last year, we had included language in the plan that would assure that when that land does get to the point that the municipality can do something with it, there will be public input on what is done with that land. So I think we've addressed it, and as regards to the other part of it, as stated earlier, I intend to make sure that in the West Anchorage District Plan, the bike trail, the Tony Nose Trail, is protected.
Madam
Chair?
I'll get to you in just a moment. Mr. Starr?
I can yield to the people on the phone. That's okay.
Well, you were first.
Ms. Gray Jackson, go ahead.
Ms. Gray Jackson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was Ms. Drummond.
Okay. Ms. Drummond, go ahead.
Thank you. I attached a couple of exhibits to this, an aerial photo of the end of the runway and the former regional composting facility, and a map that identifies the parcels that we're interested in. It's kind of hard to see in the aerial, but apparently the folks that ran the composting facility cleared the land all the way to the coastal trail instead of leaving a buffer, which can be seen to the west and the east, sort of the northeast of that section of coastal trail. And there's two tiny parcels, 4033C and 4033D, that are the target of this amendment. And I would appreciate some support in making sure that when that compost facility is cleaned up, those two tiny pieces of land are revegetated and the buffer zone that used to exist on that section of coastal trail is returned to its original condition.
Okay. Mr. Starr, you want to go now?
Yeah, for staff on this one, George, you could probably do that. I was out there some time back, and doesn't CEI, the environmental cleanup group, have activities going on out there now? Is that what I understand for the glass? Or, you know, the maker of the motion infers that we're just sort of doing nothing out there. I think we've been pretty active, right?
Let me ask Ms. Oswald to go ahead and answer that question.
What's happening with the glass in particular? CEI out there?
Mr. Starr, through the chair. There is no activity on the site right now. CEI did go in and clean up all the glass. It's totally cleared off, but none of the actual compost piles and pre-compost materials have been removed yet.
And what's the short-term action plan from your perspective? I didn't see anything in there immediately. Obviously, there's a lawsuit, I think, and some of the other stuff going on. But
the court case was finalized in September, and the jury found against the city. We have gone on to appeal that decision, and we're holding off doing anything on the site until we finalize the appeal through the Supreme Court.
Okay, so no activity probably early spring into summer as you see the time frame. So
probably none in
the land
for several months at least.
Probably going to be a year or so out. Is that probably right?
And final disposition, correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the answer.
Ms. Johnston.
Yes, and you might not be able to help me on this, but I remember back in our earlier discussions on this site, the cost of actually cleaning it up was pretty phenomenal. Do you remember what those numbers are? You can share it with everybody.
And that would be close to $1 million.
And Do we know where we're going to be getting those funds, yes, or are we waiting to the court case, or?
We're in a holding pattern entirely.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
Ms. Oswald, are there some,
Not
I'm sorry.
Oswald.
Sorry. Are there any companies that are interested in purchasing or removing, either for a fee or for free? I know there's a young man in the company earlier on, a couple of meetings back, that's starting a new recycling business. Are there anybody interested in getting the material off the lot?
Through the chair, Mr. Honeman, yes, we've had conversations with CEI. They're a recycling force in Anchorage, and they have expressed some interest in taking the materials, maybe processing them further on site, but they needed to do a little more work on their potential business plan and get back with us.
Okay. And would that be for a fee, or would they just take it off the hands so they can use that material for profit for the company?
We need to see what they would propose.
I see.
Seeing, Mr. Birch.
Well, I have no questions, particularly for the person. I just had a
Thank you.
in the queue here.
Go ahead, Mr. Birch.
I just would suggest that this is premature. It sounds like there's I know the facility was a bird attractant, which is never good around airports to have lots of birds. And it sounds like it's still continuing that way, and that there's still compost stored there. So it sounds like this is not ripe, or it is entirely too ripe. But it's certainly something that would be premature here in my view, and I'd urge a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. Ms. Drummond.
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Flynn.
Yes.
And that fails 5-6. Anyone else have anything? Seeing no one else in queue, please vote on the complete document. Mr. Flynn.
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Yes.
Ms. Drummond.
Yes.
And it's approved unanimously. Thank you very much. The next item before us is 14F. This is AO27. It's an ordinance authorizing disposal via sealed bid sale of real property legally described as the west half of the south third of the west half, my goodness, of Lot 1, Block 4, Nels Cleven subdivision, 4301 Thompson Avenue. Anybody like to speak to us on this? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Yeah.
Mr. Honeman?
Well, just going back a few days, I worked in Mountain View for a number of years on my career in Anchorage Police Department, and this was our substation from 95 to 98. It's formerly a home that was repossessed as a result of criminal activity and foreclosed on, and it was sold to the municipality some years later for a sum of, I believe, $1. And so we spent a lot of years up there doing some, I think, good deeds in the community and community policing. So little fond memories at the same time. It's a house in a neighborhood. It should be sold.
All right, thank you. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. Excuse me, Mr. Flynn.
Yes.
Ms. Drummond.
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. We're now at 14G, AO29, an ordinance authorizing disposal of HLB parcel 5-035, 5-036, 5-037. Basically in Morton Estates subdivision, lots 1, 2, 3, Block 2. Anybody like to speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. Mr. Starr.
Mr. Vacalis, maybe you can answer the question. The values on the appraised values are pretty high. When do we say we got enough money in exchange for the auction or the sale? You know, I've been involved with one of these, and it's sort of fair market bidding. you know, I wouldn't want to see a $150,000 lot go down the road for $20,000 is what my point is. So can you just give me some assurance that we're not going to do that?
We are required to go market value, but the other thing, too, is we have to also recoup any cost that we have in the facility.
Yeah.
But I'll let Ms. Oswald go ahead and give you that answer.
Through the chair, we have to do an appraisal, and the minimum bid is appraised value.
Okay. I was unclear. I didn't know just in the disposal wording that it just kind of went at somebody's bidding. Okay. That answers the question. Thank you.
Mr. Trombley.
Ms. Oswald, my question for you, and I'm assuming this would be towards you, is that on the AM on line 19, it says the proposed sale to the private sector will add the subject parcels to the tax rolls and create revenue for the Heritage Land Bank Fund. Just for clarification, the way I read that, and I may be wrong, is that the sale proceeds go to Heritage Land Bank and the tax rolls go to the city, correct? It's not, the tax rolls don't go to the Heritage Land Bank. The taxes don't.
Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Seeing no one else in queue, please vote. Ms. Gray Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes, yes, yes.
I think we'll only count one of those, Mr. Flynn, and it passes unanimously. The next item before us is 14H. This is AO31. It's an ordinance amending Municipal Code Section 4.40.030 and 2310.103.
Waive reading.
Move to approve.
Okay. I think we need to do a little more first. This is to provide a 3-member building board, hearing panels, refundable fine deposits, discretionary de novo review of hearing panel decisions of the Board of Building Regulation and Examiners. And, no, this isn't the one, it's the next one that has another version. All right. If anybody would like to speak to us on this, or do you want to combine the public hearing?
Yes, Madam Chair.
This is an version too, ma'am.
I'd like to combine 2012-31, 2012-31S, this is all for a public hearing, and 2012-19.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
They're all generally on the same topic, so if you'd like to speak to that, please come forward.
My name is John McCool. I'm an architect, and I served a number of years on the building board, and I recommend that you do not amend the building code regulations. When I was on the board, we had very few of these strict interpretations come before us. However, I can give you a couple examples. Most of them related to the field and not to when you're applying for a permit, either remodel or other. And it would happen strict. There are some strict numbers in the code. One that comes to mind, it turned out that a canopy couldn't extend more than 5 feet without having a sprinkler. And we had a number of them come to us that were 5 foot 4 inches, 5 foot 3.5 inches. One was on an angle, had a small corner. And of course we approved those. And another one that comes to mind is we had bathrooms that were supposed to be exactly 36 inches wide. And in the building of the bathroom from the time it was permitted, it grew by ceramic tile, 1/2 inch on either side. So it turned out to be 1 inch or 3/4 of an inch out. And that's a strict application, which we as a board approved. We saw a few of those, but not to say that there aren't strict numbers in the code, but the strict numbers usually are a threshold of what you can't go less than. And in the new permitting process, plan review, those items never came before us on the board. And you already have well-defined, I just took a little time to look again in administration areas of the International Building Code. The building official has the authority to render interpretations, clarify modifications, where practical difficulties interfere from strict application. Those words are already in the code. So it also approves alternate materials. So those items are already in the code in the strict interpretation. I think the filter that you would hit when you went for a permit would be if you had a staff member that you didn't agree with, then you have the building official right there to render the second opinion. And usually that's enough. The only instances I can think of on a permit status where that would be a bind would be on a commercial, very complicated application. And now the building official has a policy of offering us the opportunity to sit down with them and discuss preliminary code reviews. So I can't see the merit in it. Plus, the Department of Public Safety has granted Municipality of Anchorage a deferred jurisdiction. And part of that is that we can't be less strict than the state. So you couldn't go too far off the mark. And I think this thing would probably promote some frivolous applications at best. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. There appear to be no questions. Anyone else?
Hi, my name's Cody Lee. I'm president of the Anchorage Home Builders.
Could you speak right in the mic, sir?
Okay, sorry.
Thanks.
My name's Cody Lee. I'm president of the Anchorage Home Builders, and I'm also a general contractor here in the city of Anchorage. And the position of the Anchorage Home Builders and myself is that we'd like to see this ordinance passed. One of the big things that our members reasons we'd like to see this passed is so we have some consistency at the building official. We feel that this would give us some consistency because we have a way to appeal the building official's decision. Also, this gives us an appeal process in 5 days, which is a relatively quick turnaround that would do a lot of good for contractors. So the building officials, they always work with us well, but sometimes we just come to a point that we feel that having a way to appeal to the building board at an expedient pace rather than waiting the 30 days that it normally takes would benefit us greatly. So we would much appreciate this ordinance being passed. Thank you very much.
There appear to be no questions. Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
My name is Craig Ferdine. I'm representing myself. I am a member of the current building board, and the building board did vote against this measure, 7-2. I don't know if that came up in prior testimony or not. The current safety net that is in place has been in place for decades, and it has worked well, and literally billions of dollars of construction in Anchorage, including this very building, has gone through that process and has kept the public safe. This ordinance doesn't really appear to provide much more than what we currently do, and it's kind of confusing why another path has come forth. In our review of this particular issue, we came forth that we have to do public notice for the building board to meet. That's about 7 to 10 calendar days, if I believe correct. I might be wrong on that, but it was a pretty short notice. The other thing, as the Assembly knows from previous meetings, we have had 2 appeals in the last 5+ years. The process is not being used. During public comment, a lot of the people who had come forth and said that they were in favor of this are not using the current process, either the appeal process or the alternative means and methods process that the city uses right now. I myself have submitted several alternative means and methods requests to the Building Safety Department and have great success with them. We have a wonderful working relationship with the Building Department. It seems that there's only one small minority group that is asking for us to completely rewrite this safety net of public safety because they're not getting the answers fast enough or the answers that they want to hear in a manner that meets their needs. It came to a surprise to us. It came to a surprise to the entire industry that this is an issue. I guess I would say if the purpose of the ordinance was to bring this to a public notice that there is an issue, the job has been done. But please don't pass this ordinance because it opens up a wide path that can be taken advantage of by developers or individuals who have nothing in mind more than profit. It does still have in this ordinance saying that the only reason why that they even need to bring it forth is because they just don't want to pay that money. Now, there's been a lot of additions to this, which, again, as a building official or a building board member, we didn't even know about it until it had already been submitted to you. No one came forth to the building board to ask our opinion about how we can improve the process better. Maybe we should have we're supposed to have meetings twice a month. We don't have them because no one's asked for them. No one came to us and said, hey, we need to do this process better. This version S that just came out today, again, the building board hasn't seen this either. So, thank you very much. And there are a lot of issues with this ordinance.
There is a question for you, sir, from Mr. Honeman.
Yes, sir.
Are you saying that the building board hasn't officially met to review the ordinance as proposed, either version?
Through the chair, we were allowed to meet to get debriefs from the building official about the ordinance. That occurred after it had already been submitted to you. And we requested, can we see it ahead of time? And we were not able to make comments until the original version had come forth.
So are you saying that it would be helpful if the building board had a chance to review the ordinances, or have you said you've seen it already and haven't had a chance to comment? I'm a little confused, but earlier you said you hadn't seen it.
Well, through the chair, if I may, I would say one big thing that the building board would have an issue with this current Model S is before it was 4 appointees to the board, now it's 2 mandatory residential contractors to the board. This would be equivalent of saying you're going to have 4 additional members on the assembly and 2 of them are mandatorily from Eagle River and 2 of them shall be opposed from the mayor. I think the building board would take issue with that. It's very well balanced right now, and this ordinance, I'm leaning it towards one particular group because they have a current communication issue with the building board is swaying this way out of control of what public safety should be, in my opinion.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to testify?
Good evening. My name is Colin Maynard. I'm testifying on behalf of the Alaska Professional Design Council, which is an organization of the American Institute of Architects, American Society of Professional Engineers, and 9 other organizations of architects, engineers, land surveyors, and interior designers. We addressed this ordinance at our meeting last week, and we do not agree that this is necessary. I personally served on the building board for 8 years. During that time, we had exactly 2 appeals of a building official or fire marshal's decisions. Most of the appeals that we had were related to fires that had partially or almost completely damaged buildings. So in the 8 years, we had exactly 2 appeals. They're not using this. If you want to reduce the $500 to $100 and see if it increases the number of appeals, go right ahead. But I don't think that's what the problem is. I'm a structural engineer. Under Mr. Thompson's reign, he had a policy where if there was a dispute between a structural engineer and a plan reviewer and they could not agree, they would do a blast email out to all the structural engineers in town who can meet in the next 3 days to resolve a question on this kind of issue. They would get responses. They'd pick 3 of them. They'd go sit in a conference room, discuss the issue. At the end of the half an hour or an hour, it would be resolved. There would be no $100 or $500 application. Mrs. Walsh has said that she would entertain that kind of a procedure for electrical and mechanical issues if people were interested in doing that. I'm sure you'd get people that volunteer from that community. And I would urge you to vote no on this.
Just a minute, sir. We have questions.
Okay.
Mr. Birch, you're first.
Thanks for coming down to testify, Colin. One question I did have is, there's a limited number of appeals, but there's also the kind of the time frame, and my sense is that this is speaking, at least to some degree, to the, you have an ongoing construction project and there's a dispute, not when you have maybe a little more luxury when you're doing a plan review or something. But how in the current situation would you deal with a dispute, if you will, or a disagreement between the building official and the builder on something, an interpretation, if you will, under a current construction project?
Through the chair to Assemblyman Birch, I have worked on permitting task forces. As a matter of fact, Mr. Vakelis and I worked on one in his previous term with the city. And one of the issues was, how do you respond quickly to contractors' problems and the inspectors? And that is a continuing battle. The contractors do not appeal. They basically roll over and do what the inspector tells them to. The policy of the building department is that if it's not on the plans, then the inspector can't tell you to do something different. If he sees something that he thinks is wrong, that should be done in a different way, he has to go to the plan reviewer and go, look, you missed something. I think we really should have been doing this. Some of the inspectors don't follow that procedure. The contractors don't call them on it. And if you don't complain about it, it's going to keep going on. This will not solve that problem either. So if you're not using the systems that are already there now, how is this going to help?
Great. Thank you.
Just a minute, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Honeman.
Well, I'm intrigued by what you'd said. If there's a structural engineer problem, and then someone, the building official or someone, would blast email all structural engineers. So let's say the section in the code here that says if it's a residential property being built or modified or rebuilt, why wouldn't it be okay for how many other contractors or construction for residential would be available to come in and actually meet and talk about? Would you recommend something like that, or how would that work?
I would tend to go towards design engineers rather than contractors. The reason being is that contractors know how to build it, but they don't necessarily know why that provision is in the code. And the engineers and architects do know that background. So I would tend to go towards electrical engineers to deal with electrical problems. If you want to have a home builder on there, that's fine, but I think you need to have the technical expertise that you won't find in the construction community.
Good.
So there's nobody else in queue to ask a question, so I get to.
Okay.
What you describe as happening informally seems to me to be substantially what at least the S version is formalizing. It has a sunset date. Do you think it would be problematic? And if so, why?
Well, I guess I question why, if they're not using the system that is already there now, why would they use this system that you've formalized?
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said that there was, in your experience in the past, situations
Yes.
where that did occur.
For about 3 years, I have not seen an email in over 2 years requesting that kind of. And for about 3 years, we'd get one every 3 or 4 months. And I served on 2 or 3 of them. But I have not seen one in at least 2 years.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else?
Hello, my name is Luke Blomfield, and I'm representing Davis Constructors and Engineers. We are a commercial general contractor. We do not recommend passing this. We've worked for many years now with the Municipality of Anchorage Permitting Department. And in instances, we've had areas where we do not tend to agree on interpretation of code. Throughout those processes, it's a very easy solution is to go to the building official or the head of that department, request information from them on their view of the code, and in turn they either educated us that we were incorrect in the way we've looked at it, or we have educated them that our finding in the code may be appropriate. In our long history, we've not had an appeal process. It hasn't been necessary. The people over there are more than willing to work with you to come to resolution. The proposed amendment may not necessarily help the appeal process, and the thought process there for me is that it's not currently being utilized, so why does changing it make it any better? Being in the field, we have a short limit to get resolution to issues that occur. For us, time is money, and the longer that we keep something open, it has a negative impact on the project. We have not found that when we go through the proper steps, whether they're laid out there or not, we have not found that we've ever been denied an ear to talk to and discuss what we need to get resolution. And we have not had to go through the appeal process because we've always had it resolved prior to getting to that level. Thank you.
Mr. Holman has a question.
Quick question, and I appreciate, I know you've been involved in some pretty big projects, so what do you say to the home builder or remodeler contractor that experiences, I know in your case, you're dealing with big projects and you're always moving, you got crews on certain phases and such, but what about the small operator or the home builder that's got less than, I guess you could say, that might have the same concern? And I realize, again, we're talking about scales and such. You heard the previous speaker talking about the blast going out. Have you ever participated in one of those where they call and say, we've got an issue, can you come and meet? Take 2 or 3 people from engineering to discuss an issue and try to work through it. Have you ever had that happen?
Through the chair, no, we've not had that experience where we've gone through. In most instances where there is a disagreement during a structural process, as BBFM has attested, you can go through that blast process, but many times just simply going to the head of the department or to Sharon in this case has resolved it. As far as how to speak to the home builder, the original question, there is an economy of scale on how you can approach these changes, and I think it really comes into educating your client about what the processes are and the costs associated with those processes, and what the actual cost to complete the work is. It's an unfortunate situation when you go in and you only want to touch one specific area of a remodel, let's say, and you have to upgrade the entire electrical system. It's unfortunate, but code requires it, and that's for safety. You can't bypass the safety of the entire house by upgrading one section and not the rest of it. If your client doesn't want you to do that work, that's up to them, but you can't circumvent code for a cost benefit and reduce safety. And that's clearly stated in the IBC.
Thanks. Thanks, Luke.
I'm going to throw in one, too, now. Okay. I'm struggling because we had a work session where we heard I heard from at least 3 major contractors that said they really thought this would be helpful and needed. And now I'm hearing today something that's diametrically opposite to that. And so I'm struggling, I guess, to understand why it would be problematic to approve this, particularly since it's got a sunset and it's for a limited period of time, to see if it actually helps or not. Why do you think it would be a problem to pass?
Well, first, in the original hearing and the one I just think a few weeks ago, we were not asked to speak at that point, so we were not able to voice our hearing. There were specific people called on by the Assembly to talk at that point, and we were not given the opportunity there. So that's probably why you didn't hear from us originally. The second part of that is, why would we necessarily feel that passing this is going to have a negative impact? Is that correct? My thought is that the current process works well. The negative impact I see is by creating this 5-day period where you can go through your appeal, and then another secondary process where the board can then choose to reject the 3-person review and go to the entire board. By that time, you've gone well beyond how the current system works as far as the appeal process. Coming back to the fact that these projects are time-driven and schedule-sensitive, we're not really utilizing the appeal process currently Now we're going to make in a process that goes through 2 secondary steps. As I understand it, I may be incorrect, and I'm not sure that that's a benefit. I guess if it's, kind of the process, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify?
Thank you. My name is Stacy Dean, and I'm a remodeling contractor here in Anchorage. I do residential remodels and additions. For me to pull a permit, I have to submit a set of plans and specifications for that to happen. When I do that, I get a series of comments back from the city. Those can be 25 items long. I have to respond to those comments. They could be changes to the plans and specifications in order to go to the next step. I, in turn, get another 20 comments back that I have to respond to. I respond back to those. I get 15 back. It goes on and on and on. This can extend the process of pulling a permit for an addition or a remodel by 2 or 3 months. So guess what happens? People don't pull permits. And when you don't pull permits, the city doesn't get any money for the permit process. Property tax department doesn't pick up on that change to that property, so the city isn't getting additional property tax money. So there's quite a few issues that aren't being picked up. Now, if we do go ahead and make the change to the building board, the change will be that we can make changes to the intent, not to the letter of the code, but just to the intent. We look at that instead of the letter of the code. So it gives us more opportunity for flexibility. We're not looking to make any health and safety changes. We're not asking for buildings that come crashing down. Anchorage has been building buildings for many years that have done just fine. Housing is not an issue. Thank you.
No question. Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, thank you. My name is Joe Starr. I've been a general contractor in Anchorage for 10 years, and most of that a residential contractor with a residential endorsement. Seen many different types of projects and been through many different interactions with the municipality of Anchorage Building Safety Division. A number of interesting things were brought up tonight in the discussion just now, and I'll try to remember the ones that came up that struck my mind. But a couple things to take in consideration is that there is I guess first of all, with the comment made that we already have a system in place, and if the system in place isn't being used, then why should we adapt the system and why should we encourage any type of alternative? The first thing I'd have to say to that is if the system in place isn't being used, and then the alternative that we're offering is essentially a voice to the tradesmen in the field, a voice on the board of professionals in the field, then and perhaps then it would be used more. But to me it seems that to negate the opportunity to have a voice on the board and to have an opportunity to go to a board that could advocate for an alternative means and alternative methods, even though it is clearly in the code book, it says that the building official has the authority to allow alternative methods. That process is not a very easy process. I've tried it myself to introduce a method which has been engineered and has an engineer advocating for it. And a lot of times, it's just the initial response is to do it by a prescriptive method that is in the code. And if it falls outside of that prescriptive method, a very long chain of events takes place. And especially in today's economy with contractors and remodelers, particularly the smaller contractors, the larger constructors, it's easier for them to take a resource pool and throw engineers and throw architects at it, and eventually the cogworks would work and the process would happen for a larger contractor. I think specifically this would help out the smaller contractors and the smaller remodelers because they, number one, don't have the resources to throw at it, to throw a team of consultants at it to track down the problem and get it to process through the city. And the smaller remodeler often comes into situations where they may be in a home that was a home built over a progression of time, starting with a homestead property. And anytime that you have that type of a scenario, remodelers and smaller construction companies, when you confront a house where a family has a wonderful idea and a wonderful dream of what they want to do for their house, but you immediately look at it and know that as soon as you open the walls, you're going to see things that were created in a time when the codes aren't going to apply, and you may have to redo the whole house. You're not reducing safety at that point if you were to do just a portion of the house. You're not reducing the safety of the house. The house is already in that state and maybe has been for a long amount of time. But the term reduced safety often applies. Essentially, if you go in and upgrade a portion of the house, you have increased the safety of the house, not reduced the safety of the house.
Okay.
Anyway.
You have to summarize, sir. Anything else you want to? Okay.
That's good. Thank you.
We have some questions.
Okay.
Mr. Honeman.
Is there anything else, another point you'd like to make? I'd like you to have your voice heard.
I believe there was, but I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Well, and most of your work, your general contract, you said about a decade? Is most of your work new construction, remodel?
Remodel and almost all residential.
Have you ever had to use the process that was in place now in the code?
No, I attempted it. We started down the road. This was just 2 months ago. And we attempted it. And when we saw what we were up against, I decided that I didn't have the time or the resources to go down that avenue. It was just unsurmountable of what I would take.
Do you mind sharing what that was involved in? I mean, was that electrical, plumbing?
Structural.
Structural?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to testify? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
We need more specific.
Oh, I'm sorry. Move to approve the S version.
Of which one, sir?
AO 2012-31.
Thank you. All right. And Ms. Johnson, was that your second, too, to that version? All right. Mr. Trombley, do you want to speak to it?
I would. Just a couple high points in this is that, number one, this is going to be a trial period. There's a sunset date. The whole board has actually set the sunset in October unless we choose to do otherwise. The Assembly chooses to do otherwise. So this is a trial period, see if it works. It's only going to cost, according to the C, when you subtract the revenues and direct costs, roughly $1,600. This doesn't waive code. It gives the building community, and what we saw from the work session we had, we saw a huge turnout at a work session in support of this from structural engineers, architects, residential, commercial, in support of this. We vetted this pretty well during the work session. That's all, Madam Chair. I speak in favor of it.
Mr. Honeman.
Well, I've said this before. I've signed on with Mr. Trombley about the issue, and I got to tell you, this is kind of reminiscent of the fireworks thing for me. I'm appreciative of we're making some changes in the code that exist, and I respect several of the people, including the engineering folks that have come in and talked about the process is there, and they don't know that it's being used. And I hear the contractors saying that they won't use it because it's pretty cumbersome and beyond their pale and scope. It takes up too much of their time. So I'm willing to try this, but I got to tell you something. If I even feel the hint that it's going to be abused or is being abused or any monkey business going on, I'll be the first one to come back to this body and urge to retract and rescind and put it back to where it is. And then we'll readdress the entire board as we have at the body at the end of the sunset period.
Mr. Starr.
Well, Mr. Trombley, I'm going to support you in it. I think there's a lot of good points, and you've worked hard on understanding the issues from both perspectives, how sometimes that may have been cumbersome. I think better government's going to result here for the better purposes of what we're trying to do, and that's to serve those that we serve. I believe that the building board will be re-energized, and I'll be interested to see those that were critical or are critical of the process signing up for those positions that become available on the building board from time to time. I particularly like some elements of it. I think it's an incentive to jumpstart an industry that has already got its challenges. Time is of the essence. You've got people staying in their homes. The remodeled industry has been very well represented on this, but so does the commercial industry. They need a mechanism that's timely and less formal, less formality to it. And so I see benefits in the 3- and 4-person model served by those in the industry themselves makes sense. I believe that we'll see best practice, departmental best practice sort of rise to the top through the discussions that particularly may be painful at first to hear challenges to opinions and challenges to licensure, engineer battling against engineer. Maybe that's cumbersome, but I think that you'll see a productive process with best practice rise to the top, and I'm willing to go ahead and see how it works. I'm all for better government, more involved government, and I think this gets us there. Thank you.
Mr. Birch.
Yeah, I have some concerns with this as well, and I'm appreciative of the sunset provision. Could you clarify where that is at? One of the sponsors, perhaps?
It's not in here. It's in the general one.
And Madam Chair, after Mr. Birch is done, just speak
October. Okay, I see it. October 4th. Okay, I guess the concerns that have been raised here this evening, and actually some of the testimony has spoken to the fact that that this might allow basically a waiver of building code, particularly in an area of a remodel where you don't want to dive into a complete project. And I know from a public safety standpoint, if it's a safety issue or a sprinkler issue, then you have to make that change building wide if you're no matter how much you're doing. But I'm willing to give this a crack. I guess I do have some concerns about the cost. The reducing, the building, it's supposed to be a self-sustaining operation, and I guess I'm dropping the fee down to $100. Is that? Do we have? Supposedly, there's a summary of economic effect.
There is. It's going to be. I'll pass it down to you.
Thank you.
Revenues and expenses roughly $1,600 at a cost.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. First, to the point of the sunset date, I'd feel a little better about this, frankly, if the sunset date weren't tied to whether the building board itself remained in place following the sunset date. And the reason is thus, we haven't seen it on the municipal level, but occasionally at the state level we have seen questionable policy changes associated with sunset date extensions, basically things held hostage. So, I mean, I get it, but I would feel better if the sunset date for this change were independent on whether we wanted to keep the building board at all. I'm not afraid to try new things, and sunset dates are a good way to give things a test drive, but I just get nervous about tying them to the pure existence of the board. The other piece is I thought I saw a couple of amendments from municipal attorney. Were those wrapped into the S version that's in front of us?
No, Patrick, or Mr. Flynn, I have some, and I'll move those.
Oh, okay. It was just sort of a process question. So if you've got that, then I'll defer to you, Mr. Trombley. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Flynn, if you want to make an amendment on that sunset date, just let me know.
Yeah, well, and I don't have the language in front of me like I normally do, but I'd feel better, and Mr. Trombley, maybe you would consider this if we added a Section 5 to this that says, absent further action by the Assembly, this ordinance will terminate as of October 1, 2012. So we can consider that, whether this is working or not, separate of whether we to keep the board. I'll offer that as a suggestion, and maybe you can think about that.
Okay. Yeah, it sounded to me like you did have wording there, Mr. Flynn. Okay, well, maybe come back.
I've done it so many times I almost have it memorized.
All right, Mr. Trainey's next.
Adam, thanks for your work on the version on this and the SCE, and I appreciate the fact we've got a sunset clause in here. I'm willing to try this, and let's just see where it goes. Thanks for your work on it.
There's nobody else in queue.
Madam Chair?
Which one was that? That was Miss Gray Jackson. I'm having trouble telling you apart. Miss Gray Jackson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a work session on this ordinance, and at that work session, the administration expressed their view, and they seem to be pretty adamant that this was not a good idea. And so I would really like to hear what their position is this evening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Vacalis or Mr. Weaver, whoever you want to speak to this. Mr. Mayor?
I'll speak to it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, like with some of the comments, we're not afraid to try some new things, particularly if it means improving systems. Just to speak, I guess, from my personal feelings, I was surprised to see this come forward because, as you're aware, we held a builders' roundtable. We held a builders' roundtable several weeks ago and gathered up people like Nelson Franklin and Gordon Thompson from the engineering and architectural community. Home builders were well represented, as were commercial builders. And we went over for 3 hours the main issues that the industry had concern about, and this never came up. I mean, we vetted, must have been 25 major issues, and so we were a little surprised when it came forward, but that's all right. I mean, it's okay to consider things, even though the building community did not identify this as a problem at all. And then, as we did see the ordinance, it seemed like the rationale was that people aren't using the building board because it's too expensive, and so I suggested, well, why don't we just reduce the fee and see if that increases the use of the building board, and it'd be a fairly simple fix rather than going through kind of what could be a convoluted process. And I think Mr. Blomfield expressed too that this actually could potentially add layers, as you go through the panel and then back to the board, and you could actually make things more complicated than less complicated through adding a step to the process potentially. And then I think there may be an expectation about the notice process that I think Mr. Wheeler maybe can speak to, that just to clarify what notice really means once you've issued the notice and then the time period before there's actually a hearing. So, Mr. Wheeler, can you elaborate a little bit more about notice process?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, the staff will have 5 business days to turn around a packet and get it to the panel, but the panels will be required to notice their meetings, and under state statute, the notice period is quote-unquote reasonable. We've always advised that reasonable in these contexts means at least 7 days. So you're looking at about a range of 2 weeks from the time of application to the time of hearing. That hearing doesn't necessarily mean the board or the panel will render a decision then, but that's about the minimum range you're looking at in terms of getting a packet turned around and noticed and then heard.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. So just in conclusion, again, I mean, I can count noses. There's clearly support for this, and again, won't belabor some of the concerns. If we give it a try for a few months and come to the conclusion that the process hasn't improved, then we can take action at that time. I do have concerns about the fee, though. Mr. Birch brought up concerns about the fee amount, and we'd certainly entertain a motion to maybe have it more in the $200 range, because I think it more accurately reflects what the cost would be for actually to do this work.
Ms. Gray Jackson, anything in response?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's really difficult doing a meeting by phone. It really is, and I say this all the time, and I hate it. But anyway, the mayor just asked if somebody entertained a motion. I would prefer for somebody else to do it because I'm not real clear on it. Being on the phone. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And you confused me with your last comment. Did you not hear what he said, ma'am?
I heard what he said, Madam Chair.
All right. Okay. Mr. Trombley, back to you.
I'd just like to move a few amendments, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Amendment number 1, page 1, line 37. I'd like to delete the word action and retain the word decision. Floor Thanks.
Could you hit your screen, please? Thank you. Do you want to speak to that, Mr. Trombley?
Well, the term decision is used most often in the portion of the title and its supporting regulations, and it better denotes the concept of finality for the purpose of the appeal.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Is there any objection to the amendment? Can you on the phone, do you on the phone understand what is being moved?
I do.
Okay. Seeing no one in queue, please vote on floor amendment number 1. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
All right, that one passed unanimously. Go ahead, Mr. Trombley.
I'd like to move floor amendment number 2. At page 2, line 22. I'd like to remove the comma after the word unavailable. And what that's going to do is it's going to make the phrasing is going to better meets the intent that a voting member may be replaced either due to unavailability or lack of technical familiarity. In either event, the replacement will have full voting rights as a panel member. Sorry.
All right. Any discussion on that one? There appear to be no discussion, so please vote on Amendment 2. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Gray Jackson, yes.
Are you hearing me say your name incorrectly, Ms. Gray Jackson?
A few times, and for the record, that's why I'm correcting it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Everybody here is confirming they're hearing me say it correctly, so I'm a little confused, but thank you. All right. That amendment also passed unanimously.
And I'd like to move floor amendment number 3, page 7, line 6.
I don't have a hard copy of any more amendments.
Oh, this is my own.
A new
I had to write up a few.
Okay. So
Should I?
No, it would help if you could give it in writing to the clerk.
Okay, well, the only thing I want to do is add the effective date of the 14th calendar day. So just
All right. Where is that, sir?
Page 7,
Page
line
7.
6. So
Page 7.
line 6.
Line 6. Effective date of when?
14.
Are you talking about
Well-
line 2? The first meeting?
No, 14 days after approval of our action.
Oh, you know what? No.
So on line
I'm sorry.
6.
Effective immediately. I read that wrong. The amendment should be effective immediately. So it would be
So for
1.
section 4, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So it would read, this ordinance shall become effective immediately after passage and approval?
Yes.
All right. Was there a second for that?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Johnson seconded it. Is everybody clear on the amendment?
13 days.
Please vote on the amendment. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
All right, that amendment also passed unanimously. Mr. Trombley, do you have any more?
Yes, ma'am. I have 2 more. I'd like to move floor amendment number 4, and that's going to amend page 7, line 2,
Section 3 there.
section 3.
Okay.
And I'd like to add the number 14.
So it would read, the first meeting of 2012 shall be within 14 days of the effective date of appointment?
Yes.
All right, that amendment is before us. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Johnston? That passes unanimously. Anything else, Mr. Trombley?
I'd like to move to make floor amendment number 5, and it would be, I'd like to take the advice of Mr. Flynn and put a sunset date, and I'd like that to be December 31st. So I would add a section 5 to page 7. I just don't have the proper wording as of yet.
Could I suggest?
Mr. Flynn's statement was great. If he could.
Madam Chair, Mr. Trombley, I would suggest, absent further action by the Assembly, this ordinance shall terminate as of December 31, 2012.
Move. Yeah, I like that. That's fine.
All right.
I'll.
Would you write that down somewhere?
Yes.
All right. And that was seconded by Mr. Starr. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Hearing seeing none, please vote. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
With my idea, I better vote yes.
And that passes unanimously. Mr. Trombley, anything else?
One moment, Madam Chair.
We're making sausage or something down there.
I know. All right, we've got about a 3 or 4 minute at ease, and hopefully somebody could assist Mr. Trombley in getting those in writing for the clerk.
Okay, you guys want to just hang on? We'll come right back as soon as we are done.
Okay, thank you, Barbara.
Okay.
I just passed it down to him.
The amendment that I made on Section 3 when I said 14 days, I'd like to change that to 16.
It would be simplest to just do another amendment.
Okay. I'll move Amendment 6.
You don't have to number them.
Okay.
Out, but you do need to put them in the grid.
Sure. Page 7, line 2, instead of 14, I'd like that to be 16.
Is there a second? All right. That item is before us. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Okay, we have approved that one unanimously. I do want to reinforce the clerk's request, and that is, it's very important to get amendments in written form, just to be sure that we're all talking about the same thing.
You can't read that.
Do you have them? Okay. All right. Do we have anything else on this? Does anybody else have any other amendments? Mr. Honeman?
Are we speaking of the main matter or just
You
amendment?
can, sir, if no other,
are
the
we...
floor is
are we-
open.
Okay. I just want to restate the fact that, and I'd urge the administration that if this thing passes, and it sounds like it will, that we work together to try to make this thing, this ordinance and the building board and these panels work with government and with the industry to make sure that it's successful. But I've got to urge everybody, and that includes the building industry, to make sure that we're not using or trying to use this to the advantage of trying to cut corners for costs. No monkey business with the code for safety, and it sounds like there was already provisions that perhaps haven't been used or underutilized for whatever reason. So I urge everybody to work together and cooperate. And I'm willing to try it.
Okay. Madam Clerk, are you clear on every action at this point? All right. Mr. Birch?
Yeah, I'll probably be supporting this, but I have to say I'm a little concerned that the building board has not had an opportunity to review the S version, which is a substantial revision from the original. And I guess it'd be my suggestion that, if this does pass this evening, that there be an opportunity for the board to review it and it's after the fact, but give us a perspective on if there is any changes that they would recommend within the body of this. So, thank you.
All right. No one else is in queue, so please vote on the complete document as amended. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Okay, it's approved unanimously. We're going to give it a try. Thank you very much. All right, with that, let's see. We're moving on down. We still need a motion on 14I. We've already closed the public hearing on it, but I'd like to dispose of it.
Move to postpone indefinitely, Madam Chair.
And Ms. Johnson, is that acceptable with you as a second? All right. Is there discussion? Is there any objection to postponing 14I indefinitely? Hearing and seeing no objection, we've postponed that one indefinitely. All right. We're now at 14J. This is AO22. It's an ordinance of the Assembly amending Municipal Code Chapter 16.60 and related Title 23 building codes to...
Waive a reading.
Okay. Basically, requirements and permitting applicable to coffee carts and self-contained mobile food units. If anybody would like to speak to this, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Mr. Birch?
Move to approve. Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
We received information from council suggesting that this needs to be coordinated with the State Fire Marshal's office because it's once you get beyond I think it's an 8.5 foot wide structure, then State Fire Marshal's office steps in, and be my suggestion that we I guess would we continue or post. So we've closed the public hearing, so I guess just postpone this item to...
You can just continue it on to a month in advance from
let's
here.
continue it for a month then.
So the meeting...
Mr. Wheeler, with that, through the chair? Okay.
We can continue discussion.
Meeting of April 17th, maybe?
17th or the 10th? The 10th or the 24th would be better. 17th is our short election one.
Okay.
Which one do you want?
24th. Yeah, 24th is fine.
All right, so basically continue to the 24th?
Yep.
All right, and was there a second for that? Ms. Johnson was the second. Is there discussion? Is there any objection to continuing it to the 24th? And touch the screen, Ms. Johnson, would you, please? Thank you. Is there any objection to continuation? There's seeing no objection. We're going to deal with that one again then in April. All right. The next item before us, 14K. This is AR 53. It's a resolution appropriating additional room tax revenue of $275,000 to the convention center operating and $120,000 of the municipal manager. This is for the professional service contract for the ACVB and use agreement under Civic Ventures. Anybody like to speak to this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Would you touch your screen, Mr. Trainee, on that? All right. Is there...
Second, ma'am, I touched the screen.
Okay, it just didn't show. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
That item is passed unanimously. We are now at 14L. This is AR 54. It's a resolution appropriating $3,316,948.
Waive reading.
It's for the Subursa Capital Improvement Program Fund. Anybody like to speak to this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move approval.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Always happy to help out Subursa. Yes.
That is approved unanimously. The next item before us is 14M. This is AR 55. It's a resolution appropriating $325,000 of the Anchorage Golf Course revenues within the area-wide general capital fund.
Waive reading.
Thank you. It's basically for capital improvements at the golf course, at the Denina and the Egan Center and the Convention Center and Ben Bokey and Dempsey Anderson and the Sullivan Arena. And within
Harry Mack.
Harry Mack, right. Anybody like to speak to this? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
That is approved unanimously. We're now at audience participation. If you would like to speak to us on a matter not on the agenda, please come forward. Welcome back, sir.
Hello, Dan Dudley. I'm here again to update you on my most recent contact with Alaska legislators and the public over the issue of the potential to expose tooth dentin by multiplying any detrimental toothbrush abrasion while using a spinning, rotating, oscillating power toothbrush without the pressure sensors that have been added to other similar operating types to warn of using too much pressure and preventing the multiplying effect of this harm and injury by stopping these thousands more motions in every minute's use than could be done by adults or children while brushing manually. I've informed state lawmakers of the FDA's documented response to a U.S. senator over this issue, where the FDA has acknowledged this detrimental harm of toothbrush abrasion by overly aggressive brushing with any type of toothbrush, but will not acknowledge how it is a physical and mechanical impossibility that these specific power toothbrushes will not add to and multiply toothbrush abrasion when operating in motions that the dental profession uses to describe the detrimental harm of toothbrush abrasion-related gingival recession, and by operating in thousands more motions per minute's use than any adult or child is able to accomplish while using a manual toothbrush. I have informed state lawmakers of their duty and responsibility under Alaska Constitution, Article 7, Section 7.4, Public Health, where it is written, "The legislature shall provide for the promotion and protection of public health," which gives them the authority to take the action of banning these specific types of power toothbrushes. that have the potential to cause a serious and potentially permanent injury that is affecting far more adults and children than other products that they have banned when the FDA would not take this action. I have begun to contact persons by the internet, in person, and by other means who may have multiplied any detrimental toothbrush abrasion from their own or their children's use of a spinning, rotating, oscillating power toothbrush without a pressure sensor, to inform them their options of filing a lawsuit in small claims court or by trial court, so a judge or jury will then be able to determine if these specific types of power toothbrushes may have multiplied any toothbrush abrasion during this use. As this may cost them nothing, you might expect many of these lawsuits. I'm also informing these persons of the options of who they may direct this lawsuit, which includes any retailer where they purchase their specific type of power toothbrush, the suppliers or marketers who profit from the sales of these products, or the lawmakers who have not banned or taken other corrective action to prevent any potential for multiplied toothbrush abrasion by their constituents or children who are continuing to use these products. These may include the retail stores of Walmart, Target, Safeway, Walgreens, and others, the suppliers or marketers, which may include Procter & Gamble, Church & Dwight, and the Walt Disney Company, who have all been made aware of this potential for multiplied toothbrush abrasion. These lawsuits could also be directed against a state or municipality, which has merit by the fact that lawmakers have the duty and responsibility mandated under the Alaska Constitution to take the action of banning a harmful product when presented with facts, evidence, and supporting documentation by the FDA acknowledging this detrimental harm to health. I believe I've said enough about this. I'd like to just finish up saying that I again request the Assembly ban these specific types of power toothbrushes, as I believe if Assembly members continue to allow children to use them, you may have parents react with as much emotion as was shown by the dog owners whose pets were frightened when you continue to allow fireworks for the New Year's Eve.
Mr. Starr has a question for you.
I've been doing a little research. Were you aware of the FDA's advisory on these products here about 5 weeks ago? Were they, and they didn't specify anything as relates to the topics and pressure sensors. What they advised the general public, the FDA sent out a memo talking about loose parts and the things actually came apart in an unsafe manner. Why, if it's such a big deal, why didn't they take the opportunity to say, oh, and by the way, some of these, because they showed pictures of the ones you're talking about, the Crest one and the ones that look like little toys and all those good ones, but they didn't take the opportunity to tell us that they had a safety issue at the FDA level then. Do you have any idea why?
I believe it's my opinion that they have an ulterior motive. It's been so many years since I've been informing them of this issue that I believe they are protecting their position. I believe that my course of action that I'm taking now of people filing lawsuits and having juries or judges determine this there will be action taken.
Well, they were pretty clear. It was pretty concise writing. I didn't get a sense that they gave anything to hide. I actually thought when I saw it that they were going to say, hey, well, there is a pressure-sensitive problem, and I read the whole thing, and it really just says that. So, again, I'm trying to be convinced here, did some homework, and the FDA, just as recent as five weeks ago, I think put out that circular advisory on the loose parts only. But thanks for coming down.
Okay.
Mr. Hodeman?
Mr. Dudley, I know last meeting we talked about scheduling you for the Public Safety Committee hearing, and Ms. Engel from the Health Department had offered possibly in April coming in and having a presentation, and we'll give you a little more than 3 minutes to talk, but frankly, I'm going to ask and task her and members of this body to pass along information like what Mr. Starr just did for his research, so that we can gather as much information about this as possible. And I realize you're persevering and you're really coming out here every meeting, and I laud you. But I really like to get a kind of a full airing of kind of all sides. There's always more sides to one story, and I just want to make sure we're very cautious on. This is a large scale issue that
absolutely.
If the FDA hasn't taken it on, the state hasn't taken it on, you're asking, I guess, one community at a time. I get it, but we just need more info. I'd love to schedule it in April.
Oh, thank you. You are planning on scheduling?
I would like to, yes.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
With that, we're either at a motion or assembly comments.
Second.
All right, we're adjourned.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good night. Safe travels.